by the representative of the Cabinet Secretary, Mr. Katol. After that, we had a keynote address from Professor Miano, who is also a university professor at the University of Nairobi, and the project principal investigator for the Cassava project. After that, we had one technical session in the afternoon covering regulatory frameworks for GMO safety assessment. We started off with the international treaties that govern GMOs, principally the Convention on Biological Diversity, and more principally the Cartagena Protocol, which is directly linked to the governance of GMOs at the international level. We're also able to look at the national framework of regulating GMOs, the National Biotechnology Policy, the Biosafety Act, the Biosafety Regulations, the National Biosafety Authority, and the collaborative partnerships that NB has with 8 other regulatory agencies. We also learned that in terms of commercialization, a number of GM crops have been commercialized, more than 30 GM crops, 2 GM animals. But here in Kenya, we only have the BT cotton. The other crops, the BT maize, the cassava, are also at advanced stages. We also went through the role of CAFEs, particularly the issues of import permit for plant and plant-related products, and more importantly, in terms of how national performance trials are conducted. We also had a session on the performance, the cost-benefit analysis of BT cotton since it was commercialized in 2020. And that session was led by AFA. So we ended the day well. I know we stretched the sessions a bit. We had allowed 4, but we stretched up to allowed 5. Now today, we want to start another session, which is in page 16 of your abstract book. It is on GMO safety assessment and product labeling. And this session will be moderated by Dr. Martin Mwirigi. Is already with us. Dr. Mwirigi is a senior chief research scientist at CALO, currently serving as the institute director at the Biotechnology Research Institute. He holds a BSc in biochemistry and chemistry, and MSc in applied parasitology, and a PhD in applied parasitology from the University of Nairobi. Dr. Mwirigi has over 20 years experience in scientific research and is currently the PI for the project aimed at developing vaccines and diagnostic tests for livestock diseases using modern biotechnology. He's also the associate editor for the East African Agricultural and Forestry Journal. Dr. Mwirigi has also worked as a visiting scientist at the International Livestock Research Institute, that is CDD, and the Vaccine and Infectious Disease Organizations in Canada. He has a keen interest in food safety, and currently chairs the biotechnology technical working group at the Kenya Bureau of Standards, and the Agriculture and Biotechnology Technical Committee of the African Organization for Standardization, that is ARSO. So that's the brief bio of Dr. Mwirigi. At this juncture, I want to invite him to come and moderate this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bwana Mushiri, for helping us start off the day. Good morning. You are good and ready for day two. Yeah, day two is quite engaging. There's quite a number of sessions and very many presentations. So I believe if we do things like yesterday, then we leave here at 9 p.m. But I believe we can be able to manage and do things in a slightly better way. So this session we are entering into is about the GMO food safety assessment and product labeling. And food safety assessment is one of the key elements or one of the key things that the National Biosafety Authority looks at. Although yesterday you were told how we ended up with the foods that we eat. What it means, according to Professor, which he is also very right, Professor Miano, we experimented. That means somebody had to eat and die, and then we stop eating that one. And over time, over many years, we have done what is called selection of what we eat. So what we eat today is basically has been determined over thousands of years through experiments. So there are people who sacrifice on your behalf to know exactly what you should eat and what you should not eat. Yeah. But thanks to the technology we have today, we can be able to do a bit of prediction on what is safe and what is not safe. Yeah. So this session will help us align ourselves into understanding what goes on into food safety assessment and finally the labeling. And labeling has been one of the controversial aspects of GMOs because that is where science and social aspects meet. Because NBA and the other authorities are saying it's not about safety, but the others who just want to know who even pays for that expense of wanting to know. Should it be the one who is interested in knowing or the producer of the product? So I think we are going to get the enlightenment, and we have 4 presenters, and I'm going to call them progressively. But once they come, they can maintain their seats so that we can save on time. So when they come, let them maintain their seats so that we can be able to proceed. So our first presenter is Dr. Miriam Charimbu. I hope you're in the room. Daktari, thank you. You can be making your way here. So Dr. Miriam Charimbu is a distinguished crop pathologist and a lecturer in the Department of Crops, Horticulture and Soil at Egerton University in Kenya. Her research focuses on crop diseases, diagnostics, biotechnology, and the impact of climate change on plant pathogens. She is committed to developing climate-smart crop production technologies to enhance resilience among stakeholder farmers. In addition to academic research role, Dr. Charimbu serves as an expert reviewer at the National Biosafety Authority, that is NBA of Kenya. In this capacity, she contributes her expertise to the evaluation of application for the environmental release of commercialization of GMOs, ensuring that such activities meet the rigorous safety standards set forth by NBA. So she will be taking us on this topic entitled Environmental Safety Assessment of GMOs. Karibu, Daktari.
Good morning. Habari yenu wakulima. Ningependa kuongea kwa Kiswahili kidogo kwa sababu niliona tunapotea. Wengine wanaona ni kama tunaongea Kizungu peke yake na hawawezi kuelewa sana. Where I can, I'll try to use Kiswahili so that you can also participate. One time I was in such a meeting and my neighbor was a farmer. Na tukamaliza present. Akaniuliza, I saw he was very interested in one presentation. But after the presentation, he asked me, what was that man trying to say? So I said, when I stand on this platform, I'll try to mix so that issues that the farmers cannot understand in English, I can make them clearer in Kiswahili. I hope that is acceptable. Thank you. So I'll do my presentation. I don't know if my slides can move. But I can come with my computer. It's okay. Okay. Thank you. So I'll present on environmental safety assessment of the GMOs. And I will mention that the National Biosafety Authority is the one that ensures safe development, transfer, handling, and the use of genetically modified crops. And this is according to the Biosafety Act of 2009. The scope is to look at the foods, the feed, and the industry and trade. Na haja ya kufanya environmental risk assessment ni kwa sababu tunataka kuchunga maslahi yetu kama wale wanakula hiyo chakula, na pia maslahi ya livestock kama wanyama wale wanakula feeds, na pia tuchunge environment, mazingira yetu mahali sisi tunaishi. Ndio wakati tuna release the varieties to the farmers, they are safe for us and even for the environment. So modern technology came so that it can help to improve productivity. Na ninaamini wakulima wale wanafanya cotton, they can testify that wameimprove ile mimea, mazao ya mimea zao, wameona inaongezeka vile wanaendelea kupanda kwa sababu hazikuliwi na wadudu. Also, when it comes to some crops, it helps to improve the nutrition. So utakuta wanakula na iko na nutrients mingi zingine kushinda the normal crops. And an example is the rice. There is also the climate resilience, because tunajua kumekuwa na change kwa environment. So this allows, the biotechnology allows us to make crops that are resilient, zenye zinaweza stahimili ukame, zenye zinaweza stahimili mvua mingi ama vitu zingine zile zinatoka kwa environment. Lakini kabla tuone hizi importance ama value ya hizi technology, lazima tuangalie maslahi yetu, wale wanakula hiyo chakula, wanyama na pia mazingira yetu. So the reason why we do environmental risk assessment, it will help to compare the GMO na the what we call it in Kiswahili najaribu kutafuta the easiest language. We compare the GMO against the other crops that we normally do. So we do this by identifying, gathering, and also interpreting data. Tunachukua hii information yote yenye iko hapo, tunasema inaongeza mazao, inastahimili ukame, inakuwa na hii shida ama na ile ingine. How do we deal with this? We deal with this so that when we release this crop to the farmers, we are sure the crop is safe. But we also use scientific data. Na ndio sababu unaona scientists ni wengi wale wanajaribu kuelewa hii GMO. Na ndio even the data is available for the public and even for the farmers, so that when they make decision on whether to accept these crops, they know the crops are safe for use. The only thing NBA does is that it audits the entire process, because the data is provided to them by the breeders, by the technologists, and then this data, they can audit, they can ask questions, and they can propose any changes that they think is safe. And that's why before the GMOs are released, they must be made to be good for the environment, for the people, and also for the animals. So the data is taken and it is clear and concise. The experimental procedure is meant to allow for data collection and also to ensure there is quality of data, and the statistical analysis and the citations are in line with what has been done elsewhere. And it must meet the objectives. Objective ni kusema, tukiangalia kama ni mazao, we can compare the GMO na ile yenye si GMO, tuone vile inafanya kazi. Na hii inatusaidia pia tuangalie reference. Wale wenye wamefanya mbele yetu ni nini waliona na ni nini sisi tunaweza learn, what can we learn from the others, and that's why we need to make reference of this data to the scientific publications. So the principles of environmental risk assessment is conducted scientifically so that it is accepted internationally. Mulisikia kuna different countries zenye zime-release. So for that product to be accepted for trade in another country, we must be able to have sound and transparent and participatory data, publications, and even monitoring report. Wakati washawaruhusu muanze kupanda cotton, they must be able to check how the cotton is the yields, whether the pests are becoming resistant, and how they can manage in case they find any risk that is associated. And this comes from case-by-case analysis. Every time they analyze one crop variety, they will analyze the next, and they will give different reports for the different crops. Sometimes there may be lack of knowledge, but this doesn't mean that they assume that there is no particular risk. They should be able to allow for more studies or more monitoring so that they can provide sufficient data. So the process of conducting environmental risk assessment, it starts with the problem formulation. Lazima tuelewe what is the potential harm. Tukiachilia BT cotton or cassava or maize, what may be the risk? And once we have understood, we are now able to characterize the hazard. And we look at it and also we categorize it as either major, whether it is intermediate, whether it is minor, or whether it is marginal. And once we have done that, we are able to look at exposure of this characterization. What is the likelihood of having adverse effects? And these can be categorized as either highly likely, likely or unlikely or highly unlikely. Hiyo ni kumaanisha kama inaweza kutokea, inaweza tokea kwa kiwango gani? Kiwango ya juu, kiwango ya chini, ama yenye haina madhara yoyote kwa binadamu ama kwa wanyama. Na tukishaelewa hivyo, then we look at also the severity. Severity ni kama iko na impact kubwa ama ndogo, na tukishaelewa hizo, tutaona the risk management strategy will help to propose mitigation. Mitigation ni kumaanisha tuweke mikakati ambayo inatusaidia tusikue na shida yoyote wakati this crop is released ama ikipeanwa kwa kupanda. And then after this, all these other factors, we are able to determine whether the risk is acceptable ama there are measures which can be put in place and they can be managed. So this is just a summary of the risk assessment matrix. What is looked at when you are looking at environmental risk assessment? For example, toxicity. Is it highly likely to occur or it is not likely? Toxicity ni kusema, for example, ukikula hiyo mmea inadhuru mtu, inadhuru mazingira ama inadhuru wanyama. Then tunasema what is the consequence? Then estimated risk. Then the strategy. Kama itatokea, tutaizuia namna gani? And then we can conclude inaweza kukua mingi ama tunaweza manage and then the crop is released. So the general considerations of the environmental risk assessment is that we look at or we identify intended and unintended effect, and this we get the data from the confined field trials ile tulielezewa yenye inafanyika kwa process before the crop is released. Then tunaangalia pia cultivation practices, vile wakulima wakipewa huu mmea vile watautunza, the impact on the ecosystem, kama itakuwa na madhara kwa mchanga ama kwa mimea zile zingine zenye zimepandwa pamoja, the crop rotation, the pesticide use, kwa sababu zingine ni zile tunapanda ndio tuache tupunguze utumizi wa madawa. So tutaangalia pia how it is affecting the pesticide use na gene flow kutoka kwa ile mmea ya GMO kwenda kwa mmea ingine ni vipi ina affect. Then the guidelines will emphasize to identify the unintended effect, and then the crop field performance, and it will align to the conventional standards. That is the standards which were referred to yesterday. So kuna a lot of information that is provided by the applicant. And this information allows the NBA and also the reviewers to see how it affects, how the GMO crop comes. For example, the reproductive traits of the crop, comparing to the conventional crop, the genetics, the biology ya vile hiyo mmea inakaa, the interaction. Ukipanda cotton ya BT na upande hii cotton nyingine ya kawaida, madhara yake ama tofauti yake ni nini? Then the donor ile, for example, ukiangalia BT cotton imemodifyiwa ikitumia Bacillus thuringiensis ambayo ni bacteria. So ni vipi this donor organism, how does it affect or how does it impact the crop and even the conventional crop? then the modification ni nini imefanyika, and then the agronomic traits or characteristics. Tukiipeleka kwa shamba, tutaona mazao mingi ama kidogo, ama tutaona inaweza kuzuia infection or something like that. So the specific risk areas that we look at in the environmental risk assessment, they are the invasiveness. I think yesterday we were given an example ya madhenge, ile mti inaitwa madhenge. Ukienda, nafikiri wale wakulima wanatoka Baringo, hata wale wanatoka Turkana. Right now, madhenge is everywhere. So managing it is becoming a challenge. So the invasiveness, once this crop is introduced, how invasive is it to the environment? The gene transfer, either horizontal or vertical. The resistance, zikikaa kwa shamba kwa muda mrefu, nini itafanyika? And then there are those non-target organisms. So ile tunasema gene flow ni ile kutoa the gene, kama vile tunatoa kutoka kwa mama na kuenda kwa mtoto, ama kutoka kwa mzazi kuenda kwa mtoto. So vile tukishatoa hii GMO, when it comes to the environment, how does it affect the subsequent crops and even the relatives, zile zinakaribia? Kama ni cassava, kuna zile mimea zinakaribia cassava, how different, how does it affect? Then the unintended effect kwa target. Target tuseme ni cotton. Kuna any other effect apart from the ability to resist the worm? Does it have any other effect on the cotton? Does it cause resistance, which is a concern? Does it affect the natural phenomena? So hizi zikiwekwa pamoja, they allow for us to understand the GMO and how it may have any other unintended effect. Now, how does it affect the non-target? Ina affect kama nyuki. Si mnajua nyuki zinakuja kuchukua pollen and also to do the fertilization. Does it affect the occurrence of the pollinators? Does it affect the decomposers? Ukichimba huko chini ya mchanga unaona kama millipedes nini, zile zinasaidia mimea. How does it affect? Ukiangalia kuna wale wadudu kula wadudu wengine. How does it affect? And even the other pests that may be occurring. So by looking at this information, it allows the reviewers and even the people who are doing the breeding and the biotechnologists to make informed decisions. Also, how does it affect the biogeochemical processes? These biogeochemical processes are those that have direct and indirect interactions with the GM crop. For example, how does it affect the process of soil microbial communities? Zile mimea, zile wadudu ama wanyama wanakuanga chini ya mchanga, how does it affect? Does it affect carbon dioxide evolution? Hiyo kurelease carbon dioxide kwa atmosphere. Does it have an impact on the nitrogen fixation or even the organic matter? Matawi yake ikianguka inaweza kuwa decomposed haraka ama inakuwa na shida ingine. So these are the issues that we look at. Na tunajiuliza kwa nini tufanye environmental risk assessment? Kitu ya kwanza ni kuelewa ama kuidentify the potential problems. Tuangalie the conventional crop, we look at the GMO and we understand any potential problems. Then we get informed of the risk management decisions. We make a decision on how to mitigate these risks. That is the developing of the mitigation strategies. We also look at public engagement. Kama sasa leo wakulima wakikuja, ama wakati tunaenda kupanda kwa shamba zao, lazima tuelewe ni nini hao wenyewe wanaona ile yenye maybe scientists did not see in the confined trials or in the lab. what else do they see? So hiyo inaturuhusu kupata maoni pia kwa wakulima na other stakeholders, even extension service and any other person. Then it allows us now to make or have a long-term sustainability so that when the crop is introduced, BT cotton, not many people reject it because they do not know, but it allows many people even to be champions of this crop by knowing what are the risks, what are the mitigation strategies, and how can we overcome. And this now helps to balance the benefit, for example, kuongezeka kwa mazao, na the risk, and we are able to benefit, to have a balance between the risk and the benefits. And at the end of the day, the benefit is for us, for the animals, and also for the environment. And that is my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Daktari. I think that was quite insightful. I hope there are two take-homes. When you are doing risk assessment for environment, you are basically focusing on two main things. Is the product invasive, or is it killing more than what you intended? Kama utaka kuua hiyo bollworm, inaua wadudu wengine. Na kama wewe mmea ukipanda, utaenea mahali ambayo haikuwa imetarajiwa. Lakini niko na swali, ukae ukifikiria, kwa sababu tuko na BT genes, si ndio? Hiyo tumeweka kwa mahindi na ile tumeweka kwa cotton, zote ni BT genes. Na tunajua venye zinafanya kazi. Na tunajua mahindi, tumepanda mahindi miaka mingi. Kwa hivyo tunajua haiko invasive. Tumepanda cotton miaka mingi, hiyo tunajua haiko invasive. So hii genes tukiweka kwa another product, kwa another crop, kwa nini bado tufanye assessment na bado tunajua huwa hiyo genes haiui mdudu mwingine? Sababu kuna nchi kama India waliamua kwa sababu tunajua nini inaua na haiui wadudu wengine, kwa hivyo wakawacha kufanya hiyo environmental assessment, kwa sababu ni kukaa ukirudia the same thing with the same results. So the next person in line is my former colleague, Dr. Alan Liavoga. Dr. Alan Liavoga used to work with us at Caldron, but currently is on another activity. So he is a distinguished expert in biosafety and biotechnology, renowned for his contribution to food safety and agriculture innovation in Africa. He has held key positions in various organizations, including serving as acting manager of the BioInnovate program, where you focus on promoting the adoption of biopesticides and fostering collaboration between scientists, the private sector, and the policymakers to develop enabling policies and regulatory framework for biotechnology products. Dr. Liavoga has been affiliated with the Africa Biosafety Network of Expertise, abbreviated as ABNE, in Dakar, Senegal, where he authored several publications addressing safety concerns associated with genetically modified foods. You can be coming, please do be stepping on the stage. His work emphasizes the importance of rigorous safety assessment and the establishment of a robust regulatory system to ensure the safe use of genetically engineered crops in Africa. We can welcome him. Karibu sana, Daktari.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you for this opportunity to come and discuss food safety matters. I'm not sure whether some of you might be aware that last week the world celebrated the World Food Day, Food Safety Day. I think it was June 7th. And it is fitting that the theme of this year was science in action. And basically, that means we are celebrating the role of science in essentially protecting the consumer as far as safety of food is concerned. So today, because of the constitution of the audience, I'm not going to go into the deep science of food safety, but I'm going to give you enough for you to be able to appreciate the role of science in food safety assessment. But also, what I'm going to do, I'm going to try and step back. I'm going to try and step back and allow you, the consumer, to get the bigger picture of why we do food safety assessment. We do not do food safety assessment because GMO is a dangerous technology. I'm going to explain to you why this is a routine process that has been going on for many years, only that now we have had to focus it because we are dealing with essentially a fairly new technology. So it is important that we remember that there's no technology, any technology that is developed by mankind is supposed to solve a problem in the society. It is not supposed to harm the society. But we know that most technology have got dual potential. What that means is that a technology can be good for humankind, but a technology can also be dangerous for humankind, depending on how it was developed, how it is deployed, and how it is regulated. Now, again, at least in my lifetime, there's little years that I've been on this earth, I have not seen a technology that has been adopted by the society that has got more risks than benefits. A technology has to have more benefits, but no technology is risk-free. It doesn't matter what. There's an element of risk in any technology. So the goal of innovators and governments is to ensure that you maximize the benefits of a technology and minimize and manage any risk that is associated with that technology. Now, it is interesting. It is very interesting. I'll give examples. Nuclear energy, you know, a very, very useful technology that we use for energy sources globally. But we know that nuclear energy can also harm us. Biotechnology itself has been transformative in the health sector, cutting edge technology in solving some of the very difficult diseases that we have. But again, we know that biotechnology has been used to produce chemical warfare, biological warfare that harm us. So there is that benefit and risk. But as a society, we've learned how to maximize those benefits, but also minimize any potential harm that these technologies might portend. Now, the interesting thing about agricultural biotechnology, and this is the sad thing, is that we tend to forget that there was a benefit that was identified for this technology to be innovated. We focus so much on risk that we forget that these are technologies that was developed to help us as mankind. And that is a problem. And that is one of the reasons why adoption of this technology is slow. Because this focus is so much on risk, 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 forgetting that there's a benefit that was initially thought of before this technology was developed and deployed. Now, when you're talking about risk, there is risk, what we call actual risk. What can actually go wrong with the technology? And this is what the scientists focus on, including people like us, when you talk about food safety. So we look at a food. What is it that can go wrong when you're developing a food? And you try and address that based on science. But then there's another element of risk that is very important that we don't talk about, and that is perceived risk. And perceived risk is what the common person perceives what risk is. So this will not be based on any rational elements. It will not be based on science, but it will be based on their own personal experience. It will be based on culture. It will be based on religion. It will be based on tradition. It is not based on science, but it is important to that person. And you cannot ignore that. And that sometimes is where we go wrong as scientists. We ignore that this person, ignorant as they might be in science, has got their own perception of what this business of GMO and food is. We must address that if we are going to help this technology move forward. So, as I said, the real risk is what we scientists, and that is one of the objectives of this meeting, is to try and share with you what the scientific grounding is on assessment of food. How do we do it in a scientific way to ensure that what comes there in the market is safe? But as a regulatory process, we also have to find a way of also thinking about perceived risk. That is how the consumer or the mwananchi or the person out there is looking at what we are doing and trying to address it. So because of that perceived risk, they will think that, and I mean, you've heard this, GMO are not safe, they can kill us. They will talk about, GMO is very unnatural. They will say, oh, GMO is about the corporate controlling, the seed system. This is perceived risk. It might be correct, it might be wrong, but it has to be addressed because that's how they view this. And the results of this perceived risk, even if the risk assessment, the real risk has been addressed, because we have this perceived risk that is permeating in the society, the result is that you find that sometimes there are bans, and we've had one in this country, and it's not because the ban is not because this technology is risky, but it's because of what people were perceiving this technology was about. There is activism, which we've experienced recently. We have court cases, and this is because one of the reasons is because of how they perceive this technology, that this technology is not here to benefit us, this technology is here to cause problems, and because of that perception, they go to court. So whether we like it or not, perception affects the way technology moves forward. Now, I'm sure somebody has already talked about the many benefits of GMOs. I don't need to get into that. But my point here is there was a reason why this technology was developed 30 years ago. And there's a reason why so far 70 countries have adopted this technology. If this technology was just full of risk without any benefits, there is no way. There is no way 70 countries will have adopted this technology so far. So coming back to GMO, GM foods, it is, I don't know whether this was addressed yesterday, but so far, the foods that have been, or the crops that have been modified essentially to help the farmer in the field so that, they increase their productivity. We call these agronomic properties. They've also modified some of these crops to improve the quality and the nutritional levels of this crop so that they are more they're more nutritive than the conventional. But also, there are also other benefits that have come to be because of this technology that were not necessarily intended. So the technology, for example, I'm not sure whether you're aware, this is now science, BT maize, which has been approved by this country, but you have not adopted it because of these court cases. You might not be aware, but it has been, when BT was developed, it was developed to help the farmer in the field so that the crop is not destroyed by the insects. But it has been discovered that BT maize, because of the way it was developed, also has less mycotoxin infestation than conventional maize. That means aflatoxin. I'm sure most of you have heard about aflatoxin. If BT maize is used out there, because of the way it was developed, even if that was not the main objective of the BT maize development, it has been shown that BT maize is less affected by aflatoxin than conventional maize, which would be good for this country because we know aflatoxin is a problem for us. But the point here is that there are those traits that are developed intentionally, but also there might be unintended benefits that come into being because of some element of that technology. Now, I just went through, today in the morning, I went to ISA website. This is the organization that tracks what has been developed as far as GM technology is concerned. And my point in this slide is to show you that the number of food crops that have been modified and are available internationally, globally, for use is a very narrow band of foods. When you talk to people out there, you get the impression that everything is GMO. But there are just about, 20 food crops that have been developed and approved internationally and are being traded internationally. Most of our crops have not been modified. There has to be a reason why a crop is modified. We just not modify everything. Now, it's important for those of you who are not familiar with this topic that you understand that at a global level, there is a framework that was developed to guide the food safety assessment process so that there's consistency in understanding. If NBA approves a particular crop, the results or the data that we use for that interpretation should be able to be interpreted by any other biosafety authority anywhere in the world because the protocols, the process that are used are standard. So if something is approved in Kenya and it lands in the US, they should be able to get the results from the National Biosafety Authority processes and interpret it because the, the process is the same, the data is the same, interpretation is the same, and so there's no confusion worldwide. So whatever safety assessment processes that we use are science-based. And the previous presenters talked about that. There also what we call it weight of evidence. What this means is that when you're doing this safety assessment, you just don't focus on one piece of data. You use so many data points in order to get this holistic conclusion that this material is as safe as a conventional, crop. And then we also do it. It's a case by case. No one assessment will be the same. The principle are the same, but depending on the crop and what the trait is, things might change here and there. In summary, I will not get into the details of safety assessment, but in summary, these are the 5 things we look at. And these are the 5 things that scientists have to provide data on so that NBA can audit that data and be comfortable with that data. And if they're comfortable with that data, and then, they can give the food safety assessment a tick. So we look at what we call molecular characterization. That is just understanding how the transformation happened and whether there's something that might have or would interfere with any element of that food that will cause it to be harmful. We compare the conventional and the transformed. And the point here is that they have to be equivalent. That is the bottom line. They have to be equivalent. The only difference should be what you have done to this new crop. If that's not the case, if there is a difference that is coming out that is not, that cannot be explained, it has to be followed all the way to the end. Then we ask ourselves, is it possible that when we were transforming this crop, that we might have elevated levels of toxicity in this food, or we might have introduced toxin in this food? And by the way, you need to understand that food is essentially a chemical. It's only that the chemicals in food are at levels that are not harmful to us. So when we do breeding generally, you have to ask your questions. Did any of those chemicals, elevate? Have we introduced something that makes the food more allergenic than it normally is? Have we changed the nutritional composition of this material so that it's now imbalanced? So once that data has been evaluated and conclusions are made, then decisions are made. Now, that is the risk assessment aspect of it. So that is what happens before this seed is made available to farmers. So by the time the seed comes to you, farmers, all this has been done. NBA has ensured that all these processes have been undertaken and decisions have been made at high level that this material is safe and it can be commercialized. But NBA has another role. The other role of NBA is after this material is out. Like, for example, now we have BT cotton in the field. NBA is supposed to monitor that material, if I'm not wrong, for 20 years. And one of the things that they will monitor is food safety, to ensure that nothing about the BT cotton that we are growing out there that is consumed either as animal feed or the oils that we produce from it affects humans. So this is what we call post-market monitoring. So the element of protecting consumers, it is about safety assessment before this material comes to you, the wananchi, but also after it has come to you, NBA has got that mandate. And this is an international obligation that they have to monitor this for 20 years. And different countries have got different risk management processes, but the idea is that it has to be monitored. And we've been monitoring GMO globally, at least for those countries that have commercialized and have been using this technology for the past 30 years. This risk management component is a must. The other aspect that I think I should point out is that besides, of course, the surveillance and monitoring whether there are any adverse effects, the other role, as far as post-market is concerned, is, traceability. There should be a system that allows traceability so that materials can be traced to where they originated from, and this comes through the labeling processes. Somebody will talk about that. Uh, Another important role that integrates into all this consumer protection process is the role of NBO in ensuring that the steps that go into the pre and post monitoring process are transparent, that anybody in Kenya can be able, if they're interested, they can be able to go through NBS processes and understand the decision-making process from point A to point Z. So that trust thing is key to these processes and consumer protection. Now, in conclusion, I'll say the following. Any government, whether it's Kenya in the region or globally, would ensure that any innovation that is developed has consumer protection as paramount, as priority. That is just the way it works. I have not encountered any government that thinks contrary to that. The safety assessment processes that we undertake have to be science-based so that they are predictable and they're rational and you can understand how these conclusions were arrived at. But it is not enough. It is not enough just to address the actual risk, what you call risk assessment, or what I'm calling safety assessment. We must also address perceived risk, because it is perceived risk that will determine to what level this technology will be adapted. Public trust in the regulatory system is paramount. I mean, the US is leading in adoption of this technology. But the interesting thing, if you talk to the common American, they are not more educated than you on GMOs. They also have questions. The difference between them and us is that they trust their regulatory agencies. So FDA, USDA, if they say yes, they'll just trust that these agencies know what they are doing. It's not because they are so educated or they understand this technology. They are just as confused as we are here in Kenya. So the element of trust in our agencies is important. That we trust that NBA has the capacity to regulate this material, and we are safe because they know what they are doing. Finally, if you've been wondering, GMOs, at least those ones that have been approved globally, either in Kenya or internationally, are safe. And this is not Alan saying. This is WHO, this is FAO saying. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Daktari. We are being enlightened. Sometimes we think scientists are very complicated and we do things that you don't do. The truth is, we all do risk assessment, isn't it? I'm sure we cross roads today. Tulifanya risk assessment. Yeah, so risk assessment is not something very complicated, and we always do it consciously or unconsciously. And I think that aspect of food safety is quite useful enough for us to understand, because especially the perceived, because the perceived is actually what led to WHO and FAO coming together to really bring out the issues and dispel the fears. And that is where we had the Codex Alimentarius Commission that was established to look at those things. And in early 2000, an ad hoc committee was actually set up to basically answer those two key elements on environment and food safety. And the good thing, Kenya participated actively in that exercise. I think by that time also I was with the Kenya Bureau of Standards, so we actively participated in developing the main principles that helps us do the testing and evaluation that we do today. So apart from the environment and the food, there is also an aspect of social impacts, and we are going to be listening to Mr. Robert Muraya, who will be speaking us on social impact assessment of GMOs. And Mr. Robert is a social impact review expert also, and he is an accomplished international development practitioner and consultant with extensive experience in strategic planning, program development, and social transformation. He brings a unique blend of scientific knowledge and practical expertise, grounded in his background in biological sciences and advanced training in social sciences. Robert has led and supported diverse projects in social impact assessment, health, education, and agriculture, applying participatory approaches, proposal development, and both quantitative and qualitative research. Passionate about evidence-based and inclusive planning, he actively contributes to the biosafety dialogues, including the socioeconomic assessment of GMOs. He holds degrees from Moi University, the Kenya Institute of Management, and the University of Nairobi. Robert is the founder and managing director of Bescure Consultants Limited and Bescure Institute of Research and Development. Join me in appreciating Mr. Robert as he comes to give us this talk.
Good morning. Good morning. Such a privilege for me to start before you this morning, presenting to you on a very important aspect of GMOs. I'm going to take a few minutes. I'm already told that this constricted time, but we are going to do the best within the next 15 minutes to present to us an important aspect of GMOs. I do normally say that anything that you do as a human being, if it doesn't have humanity at the end of it, regardless of the career or whatever you're doing, it is not worth it. But when you have a humanity at the end of it, it is worth it. And I really think the reason why we are here this morning is because we appreciate we are social beings. And the purpose of this is to enable us appreciate the role of some you're going to adopt today called Sawela. You know, there's a musician, I know some people may understand him from a certain community in Kenya, although when the music hits the high crescendo, he would say Sawela. And Sawela is socio-economic impact and assessment. And I believe at the end of it, you're going to appreciate the role of this important aspect. Thank you so much, Irene. And I'm going to give an overview in a very quick succession. I'm going to discuss the definition of Sawela. I'm going to over the objectives of this important aspect and highlight the 6 elements that are key to Sawela. And I'm going to borrow a lot from an event that was done on the introduction of maize in the country. It is called the event 9834 for the introduction of maize variety into the country that could start the stalk borer and armyworms. And in that, I'm going to discuss briefly how evident is it that there was consideration of socio-economic impact assessment in this activity. And at the end, I'm going to request us to see the conclusions and possible recommendations. Thereafter, I'm certain you're going to have a session for questions and answers. Welcome. And I want to say that socioeconomic impact assessment is quite an important concern in the management of GMOs. Kiswahili tuweza kusema ni kutathmini athari ya kwa uchumi na jamii. Na I know it might be important to know that one of the concerns of NBA, that the current strategic plan, is to ensure the safe development, transfer, handling, and use of genetically modified organisms in the country. And this includes safeguarding human and health, protect the environment, and fostering responsible innovation and biotechnology. In actual sense, is to improve public awareness of biosafety and GMO-related. Public safety is all about individuals occupying this country and humanity. An overview of this presentation is to see how the definition itself, let me get back a bit, it's to evaluate the effect of of GMOs on food security, farmers' income, trade, equity, and societal well-being. Those are the concerns of social impact assessment. It examines the economic, cultural, and social effects of GMOs and supports regulatory decisions and builds public trust. It also promotes transparency and inclusion. When you talk about SEIA, it has got 6 elements, and the bottom line, the foundational one, is food security and nutrition. We must ensure that the GMOs released into the market, because although there are some GMOs that are not essential food, like BT cotton, most often we regard considerations that is related to food and nutrition. The other consideration is farmers' livelihoods and income. It is of relevance that the GMOs, as they are getting released to the market, there's consideration of the farmers, hawa wakulima wasipungukiwe na mapato yao na hata pia maisha yao yasiadhirike vibaya. Then there's something called access to technology, and also inclusion is regarded in that context here, technology. We need to ensure that we are not leaving some gender behind the vulnerable and those people who are at risk in our society. They need to be incorporated in the adoption of GMOs. And then there's trade impact and also market. There is consideration that need to be incorporated in the SEIA of trade and market. We shouldn't have a GMO that's going to have a negative impact on trade and market. And sorry, I've gone a bit fast. Then there's freedom of choice. And of course, in the freedom of choice, there should be a provision for coexistence. In this consideration, it is important when a GMO is released, it doesn't affect negatively the production of traditional foods. Production of maize that is a GMO should not affect the existing or the traditional food that the farm has been producing. And finally, there's also cultural and ethical consideration, which is quite critical. And I'm certain that even as we gear up to introduce GMOs in the market, cultural sensitivity will enable them to be adopted with a lot more ease. If somebody gave bad word against GMOs, it moves loud much faster than a good word. And for us to have to ensure that as we adopt the GMO and other technologies that are on the way, we are going to ensure that it is culturally sensitive and has ethics in it. I have a schematic representation of the same. I want to go into that because it is just an explanation further. But I wanted to say that when it comes to farmers' livelihood, it is a matter of consideration to ensure they are able to gain as a result of adopting the GMOs. All of us, as human beings, we look at our safety, our livelihood first. How are we going to be safe? In the Maslow's hierarchy of needs, there is that bottom line that need to be encouraged by GMOs or supported by GMOs. And that implies, as we push ahead, we need to ensure that the livelihoods of our farmers is taken care of. That diagram, I want to go deep into it, but let me get to borrow from the case of event 98034 maize. And this is something where we did socio-economic impact some few months ago. And one of the things that was very evident with this event is pest resistant against temboras and fall armyworm, which of course is good with having the consideration of the number of farmers who are affected by this pest. And the increase was meant to be 19% based on the studies done on the same in other countries, up to 19% yield increase in trials. And that tackles the issue of livelihood because more harvest means more income to the farmer. And then there was royalty-free access for farmers. Yesterday there was a question on how can we manage to have cost reduction on the production of GMOs in our country. And incidentally, this event had provision for royalty-free access to farmers. And that means for you to, the technology can be expensive. I know the presenters before me are aware that producing or developing a product that can also be propagated commercially can be done expensive. And most often, it is transferred to the consumer. If there are modalities that can enable the farmers, the users, have royalty-free access, that can be better off than having the impact of the cost placed on the farmers. And then in this event 98344, there were arrangements for local productivity with the Carroll and African Agriculture Technological Foundation. Technology Foundation, AARTF, which I believe is a much better way than having to import the seeds from other countries. In the context of Event 98034, one of the major considerations the regiment had was access to technology. As I said earlier, there was affordable GM seeds, a royalty-free model that allowed access, focus on women and marginalized farmers, and then training and outreach programs, which was part of this event. On market and trade opportunities, there was consideration for new opportunities in GM accepting regions. And one of the other considerations is challenges in GM sensitive export markets because they are still there. Not all countries have opened their gates to GMO foods, and that makes it an international issue. And there's consideration of other regional countries, how they respond to genetically modified organisms. And then there is traceability and labeling as key trade strategy. Actually, it is important when something of a GMO nature is released to the market, there be traceability and labeling as a major consideration. And then there was safeguarding incorporated into the event of freedom of choice. And that included maintaining GM and organic options. You don't enforce on a farmer the adoption of entire GMO crop and ignore the traditional crops. There is need for there to be a gap between that plant which is GMO and that which is not, to ensure that the organic options are maintained. And of course, there was a clear labeling and a certification process ensured in the process, and training of farmers on coexistence, like the gap between the GMO maize and non-GMO crop. And then there was strong biosafety monitoring and recall system. In case a GMO misbehaves, what are we supposed to do? It is in the interest of SAYA to ensure the farmer is well copied and aware of what should happen in case there are issues that arise from an event. What are the recommendations that we might adopt? I know I've talked with speed because I know time is not on our side, but one of the things that we should do, and I believe it's a major consideration, is to integrate stakeholder participation early and throughout assessments. You don't bring on board a stakeholder when you have advanced in the process. For us to enhance acceptability, we need to ensure that we integrate stakeholders' participation early enough. And then we need, as a nation, to strengthen our national capacity for socioeconomic monitoring. Kuna haja kubwa ya kuhakikisha kwamba tunazingatia mtiririko wa GMOs kuanzia mwanzo mpaka mwisho, because as the one who was presenting before me observed, there are certain uncertainties, fears, and even concerns that people got, but we also need to accept the fact that we are learning and improving ourselves day after the other. But we need to strengthen our national capacity for socioeconomic monitoring. And incidentally, it is also very relevant to develop a dynamic, model that adapts to emerging technologies and market trends. Life is all about change, and we need to respond accurately and be adaptable and flexible enough to adapt to that which is new. In the next 20, 30 years, what we know today may be relevant, but we are not getting back to where we are today. The only way we can do is progress forward. And for that purpose to be accomplished in a beneficial way, we need to be dynamic and able to respond to issues that keep cropping up in a very flexible and adaptable manner. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I want to submit to us that socioeconomic assessments are essential to responsible biotechnology governance. You cannot ignore them. Essentially, building trust starts with the evidence, transparency, and shared benefits. And together, as a country, as stakeholders, farmers, the experts, and every one of us, we can ensure GMOs contribute meaningfully to Kenya's food security and economic development. I got quite a number of references. I may not share them, but thank you so much. Thank you.
Yes, Bwana Muraya. Bwana Muraya, asante sana. The social aspects are very complicated because when we do public participation, sometimes we don't know to what extent. Who should know? Who should not? I think those are some of the things you might need to tell us even as you respond. So I want to beg your indulgence. We have one more presentation, and I believe we can be able to manage time. I don't know. Miss Allison, are you able to hear? Are you connected?
Hi, yes, I'm connected. Can you hear me?
Great. Thank you. Thank you. Just in a minute, I'm going to be introducing you so that you can be able to take us through the last part of this session on labeling considerations for genetically modified food crops. Food products. Because labeling is one of the, complicated but easy to understand, because as I chaired the committee at KEBS, and we agreed that we are going to have a labeling standard, the main backlash I got was from scientists, because I was like betraying them. But in essence, I think we have come to understand there is a need for labeling just because of our constitutional needs as a country, and also for the sake of introducing actually the product into the market. It is actually for the good. It is good that we label. So we are going to have a discussion on that aspect, and we are going to start off by a presentation by Miss Alison Lesley. I hope I'm pronouncing it right.
Perfectly.
So Alison Lesley is a prominent figure in the field of biosafety and biotechnology in South Africa. She currently serves as the general manager of the South African Bioproduct Organization, SABO, an industrial association dedicated to promoting the safe and sustainable use of biotechnology products in agriculture. Under her leadership, SABO has been actively involved in advocating for the adoption of bioproducts and fostering collaboration among stakeholders in the agricultural sector. In her capacity, she has contributed to various initiatives aimed at enhancing the regulatory framework and the public understanding of biotechnology in South Africa. Alison Lesley is also recognized in her involvement in regional biosafety initiatives across Africa. She has participated in training programs and certification efforts aimed at strengthening biosafety and biosecurity systems in African Union member states. Her expertise has been instrumental in developing and implementing strategies to enhance biosafety practices on the continent. So she is the most versed to take us through this subject, and most welcome, Ms. Allison. Proceed.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the very generous introduction. I hope I am clear to everybody. I am based in South Africa, and I sincerely apologize that I am making this presentation virtually. I wish that I was in the room and had the opportunity to meet with some of you in person, and spend some time discussing these interesting topics over the coffee and lunch breaks. I'm going to do my best to make this interesting. I understand that we have some farmers and growers in the room, regulators, experts with various scientific backgrounds. So I hope this is of interest, and please feel free to ask questions, I guess, in the panel afterwards. As was mentioned in the introduction, I will be talking about labeling considerations when it comes to GMO food products. as a scientist, I think once we've concluded that, and what we've heard from the previous talks, is that GMO food products are as safe as conventional food products or as their conventional counterpart. And as such, it doesn't really make sense that we need to label them. However, there really is a flip side to that coin, and that is really about consumer awareness. So let's look at the labeling considerations and dissect it all. So as we've heard, a regulatory assessment is a decision that is taken to enable a GMO to be cultivated in a country. So a regulatory assessment considers all the scientific data to take a decision to ensure that the GMO meets the requirements to be cultivated in a country. In order for a GMO to be imported into that country or even another country for use in food and feed, where it may not necessarily be planted, that is also subject to a regulatory approval or an assessment and an approval. As I think everybody is now very aware, this regulatory process is a highly controlled mechanism, and it really ensures oversight to ensure that the GMOs that enter our food or that enter the environment are safe for humans, animals, and the environment. When we look at a food label, now don't just think specifically about a GMO label, think about any information that you would see on a food label. And if I was there, I would hopefully have had a chance to get to a local supermarket and have purchased a few products. But I'm sure you're all familiar with your food labels, and if you read the back, it's always interesting to see what information is put out there. Some of that information is related to safety. If somebody is highly allergic to eggs or nuts, it is really important that they are able to choose food products that do not contain those ingredients. So there are some aspects of food labeling that relate to safety. Other aspects of food labeling relate to nutrition. How much sugar is in the food product? What preservatives have been used in the food product? How much fat is in the food product? That's also something that is of interest to the consumer. Another layer is related to transparency and food fraud. So this is very important. This relates to ensuring that the food manufacturers are putting in ingredients that are allowed by the country. They are in the quantity that they are claiming. So this is really also an important aspect of food labeling. The date that the food product was manufactured, how long a consumer has to eat that food product before it will either spoil or potentially be harmful to a consumer. And if you think of things like baby food, that becomes very, very important to a consumer. Other food label information is consumer preference. So is the food or the ingredients, are they halal or kosher? What production process was used to manufacture the food? And like I mentioned, other things related to, is this a low-fat product? Has it got no sugar? And is it GMO or non-GMO? That's actually where GMO fits in when we're talking about food labeling. So like I've said, a regulatory assessment confirms that the GMO is safe for use in food and feed or for use in the environment. A regulatory assessment will also look at the efficacy of the trait. So if the trait is claiming to give a crop herbicide tolerance, an efficacy assessment will confirm that the trait actually does that. Labeling is on a food product to tell a consumer that this product might include GMO maize. Regulatory assessments globally are conducted by an appointed agency in the country, and countries will have slightly differing processes when it comes to regulatory assessments. Some countries assess single events, others will consider every product that requires cultivation. And like I've said, this assessment considers the safety of the GMO, so either of the stacked product or the single, for use in food and feed, and for release into the environment. Before a GMO can be cultivated, it must have an approval for environmental release before it can be planted. Some countries do not permit GMO planting, but they will still permit the use of GMO ingredients or crops in their food and feed chain. And this is important to note because some countries will approve a GMO for use in food and feed, but they will not have an approval for cultivation. Events are safe for cultivation. These events are safe for use in food and feed. If a country is looking to approve a GMO for planting for commercial production, so for example, if the United States or Brazil is looking to cultivate a new GMO product, they also need to ensure that that product has been assessed for use in food and feed in key markets that import their grain. Because if that doesn't happen, there can be implications on trade and trade flow. As we all know, each country will define its own import criteria, and grain that comes from those countries will only be permitted into the country importing that grain if there is an approval for those events. And this is really important when we look at sort of understanding grain, food, and trade. So I hope you can see this map quite clearly. It is from the ISAAA website, and it just indicates what crops are grown globally that are GMOs and where different countries are cultivating different crops. And some crops, some GMOs are suited to certain environments. So we talked about GMOs that might have a benefit when it comes to low water or drought. We talked about fall armyworm. So some environments will have above ground pests, other environments have below ground pests. And so not all GMOs are grown across all countries. Countries will each cultivate different GMOs. And so it can get quite complicated when Brazil has approved certain GMOs for cultivation, and these are different to those approved in South Africa and those approved in the United States. Because now a country that is an importer of that grain wants to import that grain, and they need to have an approval for use of all of those different events to be able to have those events into their food and feed chain. So if we look, for example, as Kenya here, which has a cultivation approval for cotton, if Kenya imports any of these commodities from the United States, these commodities may contain GMOs, depending on the percentage that is grown in the country. I think if it's soybean and maize, we know that it is most likely to be a GMO import, likewise from South Africa. But that is not to say that the GMOs that are in the South African shipment are the same as that in the USA. So approvals will be needed for the grain or the corn that is grown in the US and the maize events that are grown in South Africa to enable Kenya to ensure that they have the right approvals to use that grain in food and feed. So, if an event has been shown to be safe for use in food and feed, for example, in Kenya, we trust now that it can be safely used in our food products. And like I mentioned, not all GMO events are suitable or beneficial to each country. So therefore, different events are grown in different countries around the world. And the more advanced this technology is getting, the more companies are stacking events and the more diverse this pool of genetics is getting. So how do we know what events are in our food? I went to go and have a look on the ISAAA website, and I searched for maize, I searched for South Africa, and I searched for cultivation. So this will populate all events for maize, all GM events for maize that have been approved for cultivation in South Africa. So if a company imports grain from South Africa, or if a food product is manufactured in South Africa using maize, that maize is likely to contain any of these events, because all of these events have been approved by the South African Regulatory Authority to be grown in South Africa. So a grower can buy a maize seed with any of these events and cultivate it. He can then sell that grain seed to a commodity trader who can either use that to process a food product or can use that to sell into Kenya to enter the food pipeline or processing process in Kenya. So in order to import grain from South Africa, all of the events that have been approved on this list must be approved in Kenya for use in food and feed, because they may enter the food and feed chain in Kenya. The consumer doesn't need to know what events are in their food products. They might think they want to know, but they don't want to know. What they need to know and what they want to know is, could this food contain GMOs, or is this food non-GMOs? South Africa has approved these events, and probably other countries as well, to be safe for cultivation. Kenya has approved these events as safe for use in food and feed. So now it's not related to safety. We are simply advising the consumer that because we have grain that has come from South Africa, it is most likely a GMO grain. And this food product that we have manufactured most likely is a GMO. It has a GMO ingredient. So a GMO label is not a warning. It is information for a consumer, and it's really a select consumer. It's a consumer that is willing to possibly pay a little bit more because they want to know more about their food product. And this becomes really important on how we label food, to really label it in a way that is not scary. It's not advertising it as this is beneficial because it's non-GMO, and this warning, this might contain a GMO. It's really informative. It's just to tell the consumer, just so you know, this product, this cereal product may contain GMOs, or this cereal product does contain GMOs. I spent some time putting this together. I tried using ChatGPT and all sorts of technologies that are probably way too advanced for my age. But it was really to show that if we have various farmers, like I've said, that have selected different GMO traits to cultivate on their farm based on what their needs are, they will then send this grain to a silo. There may be tracing of, this farmer will tell this truck what it contains, but practically it will become very difficult to segregate those grains at the silo in different countries. If you understand that each country will have different requirements. So in South Africa, we don't have to segregate based on the different event. The grain will go into the silo and it will be commingled. And now these silos will sell this grain on to food manufacturing facilities. Whether these food manufacturing facilities are in South Africa, or if there is another chain of export here where the commodity itself is exported to Kenya, basically what I'm trying to show is any of these events could end up in a number of food products. And it becomes very difficult and impractical to be able to trace back all along the food chain to say specifically whether the GMO event that's in the food product is a Mon 810 or a Mon 89 or an NK 603. What we will be able to tell is whether it is GMO free or whether it contains a GMO. In Kenya, the threshold for labeling has been set to 1%. So therefore, if grain comes in from South Africa, like I've said, and is used to manufacture a food product in Kenya, it will likely contain GMOs. If that quantity of GMO is 1% or higher, that food product has to be labeled, indicating to a consumer that that food product contains GMOs. It makes sense when you're looking at a chip or a bread product that's made in a factory with a labeling system. But now, if there is an approval to cultivate GMO cassava, for example, in Kenya, and a grower has excess on his land, he's had a good harvest, and he wants to make some money from his harvest, he now wants to sell his excess cassava, does he now need to walk around in a market with a sign saying my cassava is GM cassava? And this goes back to the consumer. If the consumer wants to know, do they have the right to know? Is he obliged to label it? Coming back to the need for practical labeling in terms of the Kenyan regulations, if that food product is directly sold to the consumer for consumption, it does not require a label. And it becomes very impractical if you do set up a full farm store to set that up. So it's really a balance between making sure the consumer gets the information they need, but also ensuring that it's practical and enforceable. So another consideration when it comes to food labeling, because I think we all understand the need for it and it sounds really good and beneficial, and we're not seeing any reasons why labeling isn't good. But for example, if a small company based in Kenya or another country has manufactured a food product, I'm not sure how small this company is that manufactures these cassava chips, but if you think of a small sauce company, any company that might be making something with a food product that might contain a GMO ingredient, and they now they've done really well, and they want to now expand into other countries in Africa, for example. There will be cost implications on them to ensure that their labels now meet other countries' requirements. I don't think that's unreasonable. We all speak different languages in Africa. We all have different laws that govern food labeling. So it is reasonable that a food product that comes from another country does often have a sticker that's placed at the back of the food label that complies with the country's local requirements. What becomes difficult is if there is a GMO labeling requirement where the percentage is different to the country where you've manufactured your food. So Kenya, we've spoken about, is 1%. If you want to sell a food product from Kenya into South Africa's threshold is 5%. But that's okay, because if your food product contains 1% GMO, then you are compliant because you will label it as it contains GMOs, and then it'll come to South Africa labeled as GMOs, and it's fine. The challenge is when a company from South Africa wants to sell a product into Kenya, our labeling threshold is 5%. So if it's less than 5% GMO, it doesn't have to be labeled as containing GMOs, which means they will now have to possibly it becomes difficult when you're looking at traceability and testing. And so it's just another layer of complication, which I think we all like to talk about the need for harmonization, and I will touch on that later. But that's really just one point I wanted to raise. Before I move on to my next slide, I think I've said it often enough that food labeling is really, when it comes to GMOs, is really about consumer awareness. So if a company doesn't correctly label their food product, we need to understand that that is a case of non-compliance. It is not a safety risk to a consumer. And this is important because often we see sort of whether it's driven by regulatory authorities, public perception, or the need to show the public what we are doing. often we see food products being destroyed because of non-compliance. And this, in a world where I think food is such an essential commodity and shouldn't be wasted, I think it's devastating to see food be destroyed like this. But for the consumer, this sets the tone that these food products, because they weren't approved or because they weren't correctly labeled, they are not safe. And that's really not the case. This is simply your food product didn't meet our legal requirements. You must pay a fine and ship it back to the country of origin, or you must pay to have it relabeled, or you must pay to have it tested. It's not a case of this food is now unsafe and must be destroyed and cannot be eaten. And that it's really, if we can give that message to the consumer, that it's a case of non-compliance, not a safety breach. And again, this is very different. If you think of a food company that has peanuts in a food product and they don't label it correctly, and that peanut product is sent to a school where there are children that are highly allergic to peanuts, we can understand the difference, because those children can get very, very sick by eating that ingredient, and that is negligent on the food company for not labeling. In this case, it's just, we would have liked to have known what we were eating. You didn't tell me that there was a GMO ingredient in my rice cakes. I wouldn't have bought them if I'd known that. But no harm will come to me, because like we know, a GMO will only be cultivated if it has been shown to be safe. So the GMO was cultivated in a country with the right permits. That GMO is safe. It can be consumed. But I, as the consumer, I would have preferred not to have eaten it. But nothing bad will happen to me. So just my final remarks really is, labeling provisions need to be practical and implementable. The regulatory authorities need to be able to implement and enforce those regulations, and that's why they really need to be enforceable and they need to be practical, where they're not putting such a huge cost on a food processor that the consumer at the end of the day suffers. GMO food can enter a food chain in a country in a number of ways. Grain could either be imported and then used to process a food product locally. Food products or food ingredients could be imported from a country that has used GMO or has cultivated GMOs. A GMO could be cultivated locally and is ready for consumption as it is, or combined with a few ingredients in the home. Or a locally cultivated GMO is then used to process a processed food product. We always want this. It is a stretch, but harmonized labeling laws across countries would really assist in trade and it would manage costs. But like I've said, it's bigger than just GMOs. You know, we do have to relabel a lot of products anyway. But really the key take-home message is that GMO labeling is not related to safety. It is related to consumer preference. If a food product has not been labeled correctly when it comes to GMOs, that's really a non-compliance issue more than it's a safety issue, and we need to help get that message out. Thank you. That's everything from me. I think that is my last slide.
Thank you so much, Ms. Allison. I think that was quite mouthful, but also quite exciting and reminding us that it's about getting to know the product, but in not a safety aspect, but more of a traceability also aspect. Yeah. So we are supposed to have been taking our break. So I can ask that we probably 5 minutes. And in that case, I'm going to allow only one question for every participant so that you can be able to manage. So I'm going to ask from my left hand. Yes, we have one. Your question goes to, we need a mic.
Thank you very much.
Just a minute. Your question goes to
Alison.
Alison. Okay, hold on. So who is next? Yes, we have our brother here. You need to share the mic.
Store.
Two?
All scientists in the room.
All the scientists. Okay. Then we need one question to Alan. Anybody from this side? Okay. We are coming there. So yours goes to Alan.
Yes.
Okay. And Miriam and there's one Muraya. Your question goes to Wana Muraya. Ah, excellent. Then we can start, yeah? To Miriam. I had close to Miriam. I wanted to manage time, but we'll see. Any question that is going to Wana Muraya? He's part of the scientists, so he'll answer the question from Wana Magondo. So you can start from my left. Just introduce yourself and be brief. Go straight to the question.
Thank you very much. George Obiero from the University of Nairobi. So my question is this. The previous speaker said that in the US, the issue of perceived threat is handled through confidence in regulatory agencies. What about the case of South Africa? How do they handle the issue of perceived threat of GMO? Thank you.
Ms. Alson, I hope you heard the question.
I did.
Okay. You can proceed. Just answer the question.
Sure. I think South Africa, there's, like we see in most countries, there is a group of individuals and entities that are not supportive of GMOs. And I don't think they will ever change their mind. And really, there's the majority of people that see a benefit in GMOs because the growers do. Like I think one of the previous speakers had mentioned how a lot of the GMO technology that has come out is beneficial to farmers. So it's got traits that benefit the grower. But I don't think it's unusual that there's a minority group of people that don't believe in GMOs, and I don't think we're going to shift their perceptions. We try. I'm not sure South Africans generally trust in the government, but I think there is a lot of trust in the regulatory process that has happened with GMOs to get them approved. And we've got such a long history with them as well.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Alson. I think South Africa, after eating maize for a very long time, they even forgot. Because I asked somebody recently who was from South Africa if he has eaten the maize meal, and he was saying he has never eaten GMO. Whereas almost 90% of the maize there is GM. So I think it's an issue of people using a product until they no longer have those perceptions. Yes, Bwana Magondo.
Thank you. My name's Daniel Magodu, a BT cotton farmer. And my question comes, when we were lobbying for BT cotton, we also lobbied for BT maize. Here comes the question. For how long are we going to suffer because of the fear of adapting GMO technology, because of misinformation, disinformation caused by a person who is working on his personal benefit, when we know that the GMO product before it reaches the farmers, it has been done safety assessment by different competent institutions in the Republic of Kenya and have found the product to be safe to human, animals, and it is friendly to the environment? That's my question.
Excellent. Why are we not adapting? I think Bwana Murai, that's a socio-economic aspect. Why is the society still confused after all those many years? Bwana Murai, give him a mic.
Thank you so much.
We are getting the answer.
Oh, answer
We
first.
had two mics. I believe the other one should be here. Bring the mics because the questions were already asked. Let the presenters have. Okay. And be quick.
I wish to respond to that question and say, a lot of this disinformation is still prevalent in the market. And as I observed earlier, a bad word goes loud faster than a good word. But persistence wears out resistance. It is good to recognize that something is happening, that even we are in such a gathering to further issues of GMOs. My thinking is we do the little bit we can as stakeholders and keep changing the narrative. I would to even take us back to a time when tea was not a common crop in Kenya together with coffee and others. But by and by today, it's something that's already been adopted. Equally, I'm certain that with persistence and great focus and that commitment to the cause, we are going to change the narrative. And of course, we do coin our messages in a socially and cultural context that are appropriate for the market. So my thinking is we are still on the course and we are not going to give up along the way. We must make it until the time all are going to adopt GMOs as a reality and that cannot be deleted in our society.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's a matter of persistence. So, Bwana Magond, don't fear. Once we have the product in the market, we will see demand and how it works out there. Then we had a question to Miriam. I think we have to finish this side as we are coming. But since you're holding the mic, just ask. Yours was meant to...
Mine was to Liavoga, Alan.
So introduce yourself, please.
Yeah, thank you so much. My name is Samuel Gudu. I work for Rongo University. I thank you, Alan, for a nice presentation in terms of assessment for risks of GMOs. But looking at the challenge of adoption of GMOs, I think we are all almost in agreement that the control and the labeling and all these things, Kenya is doing fantastic, and I don't think the fear is coming from there. But Alan, you mentioned, and most people are saying that most of the risks are perceived rather than real. And I'm a plant breeder and I see the adoption rate of new varieties in this country, which are not GMOs, lies between 14 and 26%. Meaning that we're dealing with something which is inherent even before we bring in the GMOs. By the time we now add on to GMOs, we see these perceived consequences dealing a blow to us to adopt new technologies. I think because of your experience in West Africa and you mentioned in the US, how do we approach what my colleague Ama is saying, disinformation, perceived risks that are not there, and it is even blocking proper adoption of even varieties which are not GMOs. Thank you.
Yes, Dr. Levoga, just respond quickly.
I'm not sure I have an absolute answer to your question. But as my colleague has just said, we have got no choice but to these education activities like what we are doing now and hope that there will be a critical mass of people who will necessarily get comfortable with this technology. And it is important when I listen and hear a farmer agitating for this technology. It's only when the farmers or the end users agitate enough that the rest of us probably would start looking at this differently. I mean, if you go to social media and all these other channels, you're most likely going to encounter a negative sentiment on GMO than a positive one. So if we get more of that, people in some of these countries, what has led them to move forward generally is because the end users, the farmers, have driven that process to the point where the country has essentially no choice but to adopt because they want it. But in Kenya, I'm not sure whether we are at that point where people are saying we want this technology because we think this technology is useful to us. But thankfully, I mean, the little I've heard from the cotton farmers that I've encountered, I mean, they tell you this is for real. I am getting more from BT cotton than I was getting from conventional cotton. So hopefully that narrative will at some point be more than the skepticism that we encounter in the system. And we just continue educating people and explaining to them what this technology is about and why their fears, although genuine, are not really real.
Okay, thank you so much. We can move to. No, there was one question for Miriam. Because you are ending the session, you are supposed to have taken a break almost more than that minutes ago. And therefore, we need to manage time.
Thank you. I'm James Medega, a practical farmer. For one, I'm very much happy that at least we all embrace the new technology of the BT and the GMOs. My question goes directly to Dr. Miriam.
Can we have a better mic?
My question goes directly to Dr. Miriam. You've talked about the general environmental risk assessment. But my concern, what are these risks on human beings? Number one, on animals and their mitigation measures. The reason being that at least there, we sometimes meet people having got some rumors concerning the GMOs, that at least if at all you eat a GMO product, you have the cancer. If at all you eat a GMO product, you have abnormal growth. So kindly please just at least list 2 or 3 risks in animals, human beings, and their mitigation measures. Thank you.
Yes, very quickly, Dr. Adi. Three risks.
I think I will mention two that I think I listed on the table. That is, an example was on toxicity or allergenic reaction on the person who has taken the GMO. But that doesn't necessarily mean that they are found on the GMOs that are released. But in case it is reported, then it is the mitigation measures they recommend. That is my take, that if they react to the food when it is consumed, then we are able to react. But I think Alan would respond better because it is on food safety, not on the environment.
So I don't know whether you are talking about environmental issues. You wanted both environmental and okay. So I'll talk about food safety and she'll talk about environmental. The safety assessment processes that have been developed to evaluate GMO products were not developed because GMOs were this magical, unknown technology that nobody knows where it came from. We've just adapted the safety assessment processes that have been used in conventional breeding processes. Remember, GMO technology is a breeding tool. So instead of using natural processes, we are going to the lab and doing the same thing. We've learned for the past, I don't know how, what can go wrong when you are conventionally breeding food, whether it's maize, beans, whatever. We know that when you're breeding, you can breed and produce a food product that maybe has some toxic, capability of it, or it triggers some allergenic reactions, or the nutritional elements are imbalanced. Those are not because of GMOs. That we know when you're doing breeding process. So what we've done with GMOs is that we've been a bit focused. We've been a bit focused because when these protocols were developed more than 30 years ago, we were still not sure about the safety of this technology. So we had to be cautious. And so we focused a bit more. But those tests are not any different from what was done conventionally. Only that when we are doing conventional breeding, we got so used to those processes and not being any safety issues that we took it for granted. But the moment we adopted this new breeding tool, as a community, it was necessary that we focus a bit more. But there's nothing special about these potential risks that you talk about when you're talking about GMOs. These same potential risks can happen when you're doing conventional breeding. And we just have, as a society, to continue monitoring, just like any other technology. After 30 years of consuming GMO foods, we are now asking ourselves, do we really need to continue doing these safety assessment processes? That is the question that is currently going through governments, regulators, scientists. Do we have to continue doing this? That's the same way for hundreds of years. We got used to conventional breeding, and we got comfortable with the safety of the food we produce when you're doing conventional breeding. We are asking for those products that we've consumed for over 30 years. Do we need to do this?
Okay, I think let me summarize so that we can end at this point, because the question was very key. What are the risks? And I think they were quite highlighted in a very good way. If it's environment, we said invasiveness. Nakumbuka ile madenge, ukipanda itaenea mahali huko taka. And then if you are killing the stem borer or the bollworm, are you also killing? Unaua wadudu wengine. Unakumbuka hiyo ndio tulisema risk. Those are the actual risk. When it comes to humans, we are looking at what has been well explained, allergenicity. Does it cause allergen? Unakuwa na allergy ukikula hiyo chakula. Then kuna ile tunaita toxicity. Kwa sababu ilikuwa inaua ule mdudu. Same thing, unakula dawa ya malaria inaua plasmodium, inakuua. The mechanism the GMO works is well explained, and as a scientist, that is what we present, ndio tunapelekeanga NBA. Ndio waangalie kabisa na wakubaliane na sisi kumbe hakuna hakuna dhuluma ama hakuna kitu ambayo italeta maneno. Kwa hivyo ningetaka tuwachie hapo. Nafikiri tutaendelea na hiyo discussion, bado tuko hapa. By tomorrow tuko hapa kujibu maswali ambayo itatokelezea. Kwa hayo machache nasema ni asante and God bless you. So I think there was a group photo or something with the do we go down or do we do it from here? From here.
Yeah. So thank you very much, Dr. Murigi, and the panelists. I think it has been a very wonderful engagement. We'll take a group photo for that panel. After that, I'll request Esther to come and gift the panelists with a small token of appreciation. So Dr. Martin, you'll gift to your panelists, then I will gift you.
Na mtawapigia makofi.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. So this is asante sana. Okay, thank you very much. So for Alison, we also have your gift pack. I think we'll make arrangement so that it can be shipped. But we appreciate your time and that engagement you have had with our participants in the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. Enjoy the rest of the sessions and enjoy your lunch and photo.
Thank you very much. So I think we have already lost some time, but I hope we'll be able to recover it in the next session. We'll break for tea for 20 minutes. It's what time? It's 11:20. If you're able to come at 11:40, so that we are able to quickly start the next session and see if you're able to recover about 20 minutes in the next session. Thank you very much. Hello. Welcome back. We are starting shortly. The next 3 minutes. Those who are outside, I urge you to come back. We are starting the next 3 minutes. We are already behind schedule. Sorry. Yes, and I can pass you. Yes, I can pass you. Yes, it can pass you. It's not here. Huh? Yes, yes, Dr. Karaja, are you in? I can see him. He's
Yes, Bana Wishiri, how are you?
yeah.
We can't hear him. Can't hear him.
Hello.
Dr. Karaja, can you get us?
Yes, I can hear you very well. Hello?
James, good morning. James Karaja.
Good morning to you. Yes, good morning. Hello.
Oh, yes, good afternoon, good morning.
Yes, good morning. I can hear you. It's already afternoon. I can see it's afternoon in Kenya.
Yes, it's around noon. We are starting in the next 1 minute or so.
Okay, I'm here.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Iriki, I think you can yeah. Where are they? Appreciated in terms of what? Welcome back. We want to start this session. I think the rest will be joining us shortly. This is session 5 in the conference program. It is on collaborative approaches to GMO research and development. We'll have 3 presentations. Public-private partnerships in GMO research and development. The next presentation about advancing devolved biosafety governance will be taken, has been taken to tomorrow. The presenter is not here, but we have brought forward one presentation that was be done in the afternoon, strengthening institutional capacity and manpower development by Professor Obiero in this session. That's correct. And then later we are going to have a presentation on youth engagement in biosafety for sustainable future. To lead us in this discussion, I request Madam Julia Jage, who is our Deputy Director at the National Biosafety Authority, to come and lead this discussion. Karibu sana, Julia.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to day 2 of our conference. And I see people are still streaming in, but in the interest of time, I think we are going to start. So yesterday, we had an opportunity to look at the laws, and we also got an opportunity to appreciate how these laws and the policies have been evolving over time. Today in the morning, we were taken through the processes which are very key to our NBA internal review process. And those are the processes that feeds into the review when we're looking at the safety of the GMOs. So before we can get to a point where we say we have a safe product that can go to the market, those are some of the steps that have to be considered. But one very key process has not been touched, and that is research. And more often than not, I think for the longest time when it comes to research and development, science, technology, and innovation, this is a field that has been marred with so many challenges, and key among them is the issues of financial challenges, lack of adequate infrastructure, things to do with inadequate capacity, as well as things to do with lack of that end-to-end approach where we are working with the market in mind. So at the end of the day, we have a product that can be commercialized for social economic transformation. Lastly, I think we have, for the longest time, had to deal with the narrative that scientists are known to work in isolation. So today's sub-theme, which is touching on issues of collaborations and partnerships, they are going to unravel those myths. And the speakers who are lined up for these 3 sessions, they will be able to walk us through R&D in biosafety and GM development, so that they can be able to tell us and even answer some of our questions, whether these are some of the challenges that are being faced, whether they are real or they are perceived, and whether these partnerships that have been in place for some time, have they been able to address these challenges. So we have 3 speakers, and each speaker has been allocated 20 minutes. And then after that, we are going to have a panel discussion. So I want to start by introducing our first speaker. And he's going to present on the public-private partnerships in GM research and development. And he's going to bring to fore some of the best practices, experiences, and the challenges, as well as the lessons that have been, that we have learned and that have made some of these partnerships work. He is a renowned plant breeder and genetist. He has been working as part of a consortium of scientists and researchers that has brought together both private and public entities working towards the common good of the public. He is largely involved in the improvement of maize against both abiotic and biotic stresses, specifically insect resistance as well as drought tolerant. He's currently working as the acting center director at the Kenya Agricultural Livestock Research Organization, Njoro. Ladies and gentlemen, help me to usher virtually, he's joining us virtually, Dr. James Karanja.
Yeah, thank you, Julia, and thank you, NBA. I think and a good discussion. I've been following them online, and apologies that I could not be with you in Naivasha. And I think this is part of the discussion now, where it touches on the private, the public-private partnership. So allow me to share my slide. So kindly let me know whether you can see the slides and if they are on presentation mode. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Dr. we can hear you and we can see your slides. Please continue.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, thank you very much. I think I would like to start at a point of where you are and where I am is also part of the good public-private partnership. Because if you look at within the room where you are and where I am, we have all these people, all these partners, and all these stakeholders in this discussion. And I think this is the future for this country. If at all we want to achieve the goals as we have all of them in our strategic plan. So I'm James Karanja. I work for the Kenya Agricultural Livestock Research Organization. Yes, I'm a maize breeder, and mostly working on the key major constraints that are depleting, making us not achieve our productivity and food security, mainly the drought, the insect pests, and also the disease, and also the maize lido necrosis disease. For this presentation, I'll just highlight some of the things. So some of the key, the 3 projects, I know maybe you have already had this presentation, the key projects that are touching on this technology, that is the GMO or the biotechnology. And they are good examples of the public-private partnership. What does it require for one to work on these 3 Ps? And what are the benefits of the public-private partnership? And then I'm going to highlight a case study of a success story of one of the this case of a public-private partnership in Kenya, and I know it's part of the discussion that is ongoing there. And then what are the challenges? And maybe this one as also we uh, discuss under this conference, we need to look at these challenges. Maybe these are some of the things that are making us not deliver our goals and deliver the products as quick as possible, as would like, or maybe as stipulated in our collaborations. And then what are the opportunities and what are the future and some of the recommendation on how to move forward for the success within this area of innovation. I know we have already highlighted this maybe within our talks that yes, Kenya, we embrace both modern and also the traditional technologies. Why do I say this? I'm a maize breeder. We still use our normal breeding techniques, come up with good innovations, good products that also can answer our challenges within our fields. And looking at what we normally focus more. So one, we need to see the increased yields. We want to mitigate those some of the pests and the diseases. I've just given the example of the insect pest. Currently and today, the big challenge we have in maize is the fall armor. If you go to the south lift, and the North Rift, we still have the fall armor in now the maize rhizonephrosis disease. And we still have the issue of the droughts. Even now, with the good maize that is looking almost flowering, we still not sure if the drought strikes, are we going to harvest? So all these tools are there to help enhance the productivity and the resilience around all these challenges, and also how to make sure that we are a bit stable in this. So we know these are the four key reading technologies within the country in, pertains to this technology, the GMO, the BT cotton, which we already know is already in the market, and we know what is all about the benefits, insect pest, resistance. We know the BT maize also, which is we have been working on, and working on the stem borers and also the fall armor. So also reducing also the use of the pesticides. I all keep on saying we all know our history. Maize was not a crop to be sprayed, but nowadays maize is one of the crop that is now coming to the basket with a lot of chemicals that are also used to mitigate some of these pests. And also but unfortunately, we are not yet there because, yes, despite having the variety released, so we are not yet with the farmers. So maybe you'll be able to see why and some of the challenges as we are going to see. And then we have the cassava, which we know it has just completed the NPT, and now it's awaiting approval, and hope it's going also to join the basket of the other two of the approvals that crops that can get to reach out to the farmer. And we know the potato is also coming in, and we know how important potato is in the country. So, what are some of these benefits when we come to this public-private partnership? I remember when you look at the public, yes, everything we are doing mostly is the government driven, and then we look at the private, most of them is commercial driven. So, and if you look at the two, one, we are able to, by coming together, we are able to access the advanced technologies. Yes, we talk about the maize, we talk about the increased, improved germplasms, either from international or also from the private companies. And then we also have the equipment, the financial support, all this to do with the expertise and all this. So because we know everybody is doing research and development wherever he is. So do I need to start working on something that already somebody has already worked on? Why can't I collaborate with that person and get that technology and maybe move on instead of using more resources doing the same? And also, we know with this partnership, what we look at, we are looking at coming up with more climate resilience crops. we want to see our farmers, we need to see our country happy. And mitigating all these deficiencies, be it the nutrition-based pests and diseases, and also the seed system. We need also to see how do we avail the seed on time. I was following the discussion and there was a lot of issue, concern. We have improved varieties. Breeders have come up with a lot of varieties, but these varieties are not reaching the farmer. Why? Is it because we are just working alone? Why can't we work together? The farmer is the best, is one of the key partner in this public-private partnership. The seed companies and
Dr.
these the other
Karanja,
stakeholders.
Dr. Karanja,
Are we working together? Yes.
sorry to interrupt you. I think there's a general concern in the room that you're too fast. And I also want to request the system, the team that is manning the system to make sure that the audio is clear. Kindly, Dr. Karanja.
Okay. I thought you were telling me I'm too slow to increase the speed to catch up in time. Anyway, thank you very much, Julia. I think I was just highlighting some of the benefits that the public-private partnership can bring in, other than addressing our challenges. And I was just trying to highlight the issue of the many technologies, the issue of the many good hybrids that have been released that are not yet with the farmers. The reason? Is it because we are not working with the seed companies? Is it because we are not working with the farmers? Or who else within the value chain are we not engaging? So we need to look at that. And this is where the public-private partnership that is coming. And also when it comes to the business, yes, we have our farmers. Yes, we give them these good jumpers. We give them these good blades. They come up, the productivity increases. So are we leaving our farmers to struggle with the market? How can we work together with the other private guys and make sure that our farmers, our product, they can access the market and be able to get good license. Now, what do we need for us to work in this public-private partnership? Number one, we need to be very clear on what we want. So, yes, we are public. What do we want? Yes, we are private. What is your goal? My goal is business. My goal is to reach more market. So here is the public. I want this product to get to the market. I want this kind of product that is to get to the farmers. So we need to have a common goal, improving productivity. That is what we are talking about in this technology. The technology of biotechnology is to increase productivity. We want to improve our productivity. We want to enhance our value chain from the R&D, research and development, all the way to the market. How can we work together? How do we make sure that coming together we ensure food security? We need to look at all this. Then after we look at that, then what is my responsibility? Here is James Karanja working for Caro. What is Caro responsibility? What is NBA responsibility? What is the farmer's responsibility? What is the other government agencies' responsibility? And then do we have all this? If it is a government, do we have the infrastructure? Do we have the regulations? That is why we have NBA, making sure that we have the regulations. When it comes to the private, what are you bringing in? In bringing the innovation, because you guys, you don't have this innovation. You guys, you don't have to spend this to get this innovation. You don't need to. You don't have the finance. So they bring the investment. But is the environment enabling? Is it conducive? Do we have the policies? Do we have the legal framework? Yes. So we need all this. If it is this private person that is coming, how do we get the government land and use it to do together and achieve this goal? What are the intellectual properties? So who owns what? What about the trade policies? I know this is where we have the issue, the IP and the trade offices issues. Yes, you come and then, but you are the main beneficiary. We need to discuss this. You need to agree on this. And then also the issue of the contract. So you need to get all this. Once you agree, you need to get this one into a writing and make sure that everybody understands so that we are all bound by a document. And then institutional framework. And we are talking here, all those people, all the people in the room are part of the institutional framework. So who is going to read what? We are talking about agriculture. Agriculture, and we are talking about the biotechnology. It is to improve productivity. So the Minister of Agriculture is the lead. That is why we are here, all of us. MBA, FAs, ARO, all of us, we are together within the mother agriculture. And then, so where are the farmers? When do we need to include the farmer? Do we need to include the farmer now, or do we need to include the farmer after the product? What people forget is that the farmer is the key collaborator. We must get the farmer in early as possible. Actually, the technology, sometimes we can say it belongs to the farmer because once we develop, we give it to the farmer. It is no longer with us. So we need the farmer to be there. And how do we reach the farmer? We need to look at all of that. The cooperatives, the circles, the groups, and what about the other civil servant organizations? Yes, they have a say. We need to reach out to them. And also the most important thing is the trust. We trust each other, either within the public, within the private. So when you say we are doing this one, we want to increase the marketability, we want to increase the productivity. How are the policies? So do you trust our policies? You from the private. So the trust is very important. The transparency, when you come to the table, we must come with clean heart. We are here with one goal. As I said in the first one, what is our main goal? Our main goal is to increase productivity, is to open the market. It is to mitigate this challenge. So we must have that open communication. We must have that dialogue so that this bring to disclosure all the information, be it on technology, be it on financial, be it on the data, and anything that you're going to work together. And also, somebody talk about the risks. Yes, you need to analyze and look at, are there any risks? Yes. If there are some risk, where are the risks possibly to come? The risk is likely to come at the research level, or at the market level. So who is going to take that responsibility? And this is where we take, you heard people talking about their liabilities. If the liabilities, if the technology doesn't work or turns against, who is going to take that? If it is the market, the private will say, and this is what we have seen most of the time, they say, yeah, we'll take the liability. But for us to do that, there are some measures that need to be to overcome that. If it is the public, the policy. So when you talk about how do we safeguard our trade, it is the matter of the public or the government to make sure that we have the right policies. And then what are the measures that can government come up with? The insurance. Maybe this is what also we are missing within the technologies. The insurance and the guarantee. Does the government, what backup does the government has? Does it have some supportive and embedded financial instrument to mitigate the investor's risk? And also in the capacity building. And this is why we keep on saying about the capacity. We have the capacity. So if it is not there, how do you build that capacity? If it is the issue of the technology, we talk about the capacity and we identify that capacity. And through this partnership collaboration, build that capacity. If it is at the smallholder, can we build that? What does the farmer need? So can we be able to reach to the farmer and then train the farmer, get him understand what input does it need, and we provide that. Does these products have market issues? And we go and clarify that and get that market. And does the technology address this? So this is where we need, and we capacity build each other. And also even the extension services, where are they? So they are the one to bridge the gap. Once James Karanja left after releasing the product with all the attributes, everything that is written, it is now with the seed company, which was on the private, and the seed company avails the product to the farmer. So if there is anything that is missing, that is where the extension comes in to fill that gap. And also the most important things, we have monitoring and evaluation mechanism. How do we track their performance? What structures do we have? And then how do we assess the impact? So to see that whether the technology is coming up. These are some of the key requirements that we need when we come to the public-private partnership. And these are some of the things that we need to look at when we look at the biotech technology and the uptake and the adaptation. What is missing within this? And where can we, who can we reach to and be able to work together so that we can be able to get the product to the farmers as quick as possible. Now, a very good example of this public-private partnership, which is again touches on the food security, is the Terra project. Terra project is a public-private partnership, and the word Terra, again, you see, is neutral. We don't want, again, something that is more talks of Carol, more of the other partner. You look for something that is neutral. It is a Latin word that means tutela, which means protection. Why did the partner choose this? We are protecting the maize against the insect pest. So it is Terra. Whatever product will come out, it is Terra product. It is not Karanja product. It is not whoever the other partner's product. It is neutral. And this project, if you look at it, it is built again from another partnership that was there, where we developed some through the conventional breeding. We were able to come up with the varieties under the project that was called WEMA, Water Efficient Maize for Africa, actually was focusing on a drought. And this is why we are saying you have the dialogue every time you keep on talking. When we started WEMA, we were all looking at the drought. It was the main challenge. But in between, we found the MRN. We start focusing on MRN. Again, insect pest is becoming more of importance. How do we, again, include this? And then, later, we had now the fall animal. So by the end of the day, we have to look at all this. And that is why you can look, Terra is building up on the WEMA project. And you can see also, yes, as the partners, we can say, we don't have to renovate the innovations. What we developed is what we keep on building on. So if you look at the project, is building on adding value to the varieties that they released for drought. And these are good for drought. So what do we need? Insect pest. Let's now go that variety is good for drought. Let's put it insect pest. Tomorrow there is there is another challenge. So because this is the variety that the farmer wants. This is the variety that is pharmacies to have all attributes. So if you look at the partners within the Terra projects, we have the public, where we have the research, CARO, and it's not only CARO, this is the National Agriculture Research Systems. Not only us, we have the other countries coming in. So you can see we are now moving from local and regional, and maybe now we look at the international. How can we collaborate internationally? So the Terra project works within Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania. That's actually where Uganda was there, Tanzania was there. If you look at the Terra now, it's in Nigeria. And you see, through this partnership, Nigerians saw, why are we not partner of this? They joined. Ethiopia, they looked at it, they said, why can't we not join this partnership? They joined. And then we have also Mozambique, we have South Africa, and we also, those are the NAS, those are the public. They are working for the country. And then we have the private, and this is where we have buyer. We know buyer with good investment, with good gene discovery, good technology discovery, and then we said, why do we need again to go and renovate the wheel in our apps? Why can't we go to these guys? They already have this technology, and we talk to them, and we get this technology, and that is where we get somebody like Africa Agricultural Technology Foundation, AATF, go and negotiate with the owner of the technology. This guy needs this technology, and he cannot afford if you are going to charge him. But because of ABCD, why can't we come together and work together and avail this technology so that these guys, they don't have to spend a lot of money to get the technology? That is where, you see, this is like somebody who is a mediator, go to negotiate for you for the technology. And then the technology comes in. And then after that, we go to the other. So when we get this technology, who else do we need? Maybe we need the international. The international also, they are more like public because they also, whatever they do is for the international or for the public good. You go, yes, within the NAS, we might not have this much improved. Or the private says, yes, we have this technology, but I think if we can get this other guy from the international, they are a bit more advanced and they might also bring something on the table. That's how also the international organization, the likes of CIMIC, also come to this. So you can see the kind of internet or the partnership that we are talking about. And also you come at also the finance. And you look at, yes, who is going to finance? Who do we approach? Yes, we go and say, yes, we go to so and so, Bill Gates, yes, can finance this. You talk to him. But he says, you see, yes, looking at what you want to achieve, I might not be able to give you all this money. So I can give you 60%. But you need 100%. Where do you get the other 40%? Through this partnership, again, you say, we can reach out to USAID. Or even within, you say, we can also be able to get this. And this is also, with that, you are able to get through this public partnership. Also, you are able to get to access the finance because, yes, this is big achievement that is going to be realized by the end of the goal. And we have seen this working, and we have seen through this we have been able to develop the BT varieties that we talked about. I just started with the Tego varieties, which are already in the market. We have around 6-10 varieties that now in the market in Kenya through this public-private partnership. Because again, this is where also you look at how do you reach out to the farmers. We work together, reach out to the farmer. How do you reach to the seed company? We work together to reach out to the seed companies. When it comes to the availing the technology to the companies, how do we support? Yes, we want this technology to get fast to the farmers. How do we sit down with the seed company? So any challenge that you are facing, how can we help you? That's how the partnership works, and that is why you see the drought tables hybrids, they are already in the market, and that's how you see also through the same partnership, we are able to integrate, again, build up and bring in the insect resistance to the drought tables. And as also we speak, we are also trying to see how can we also boost these droughts and how can we also boost this insect resistance. Now that fall armor has come, which was not in our plan. Dialogue updates every time you come and discuss and you evaluate your success. So that's why the same partnership is the one that is also looking at building up on the drought, building up on the insect resistance, and maybe who knows, tomorrow, if there another challenge comes, if there is another requirement that comes, this partnership, it will be very easy to build on that. Now, what are some of the challenges when you come to this? And maybe before this, the other partnership that I can highlight, we already also working also again within the mitigate the forum, the maize lethal necrosis disease, again within also the same partnership. Here we have the private, which is Koteva, we have the NAS, which is CAL, we have also the financial, and we have also the international, the CIMIC, and we have seen it also, it is also working very well. And we can give examples, many and of successes. But this one, I just highlighted this, including the others that I've talked about, where also we have the communication, because within this partnership is where you say, are we going to do the communication? How are we going to make sure that the information and the right information gets out and gets to the right audience. What are some of the challenges? One is the regulatory handles and the policies. So sometimes we know in Kenya, we said regulatory policies are one of the key. So maybe we don't have regulatory framework. This is what we should be looking. What does our policy say? If this is a private, yes, he wants also to come and do the investment there. What does the policy say about the trade for me to come and invest there? Are the policy very clear? Are the regulatory clear? Are they friendly to the other partner? So these are some of the challenges that we have, but together also within public-private this partnership, you can also be able to help build up on this. And we have seen some of the policies and some of the regulatory guidelines coming up due to this kind of partnership. Then we have also a lot of skepticism, misinformation. Oh, why is this partner here? Why is he bringing this technology? So these are some of the things that we need to come. And that is why we talk about training, educating, and talking, dialoguing. We can be able to overcome this. And then the infrastructure and also funding limitation. We have seen. I've just said you get 60% from this person, you get 40% from this person. We have seen already, you see, it was already in my slide. So we have seen what has happened. So again, with that, and that is why we said one of the things that we need to see how does the government come in? How can the government break in with some investment to make sure that this is continuous? And then also, how do we engage the stakeholders? How do we bring everybody? So this is also an issue. So we need to see how do we bring everybody on board. I've shown a very good example of the Terra. When we were doing all this, we were able to reach, including the religious leader, the academicians, the farmers, everybody. So how do we bring everybody on board, but on time, so that when we start working, we work together, we work together with. Remember, our first point is what is our goal? For us to achieve that goal, how do we bring everybody on board? And then what are the opportunities? Strengthening the seed system, the issue of the trade. So instead of having these products, we released the maize varieties. Breeding is continuous. So how can we avail them as quick as possible? Because if we don't do that, by tomorrow, we'll be overtaken. We are talking about the transgenics. Who knows? Tomorrow we'll be talking about the gene edited, or we'll talk about another technology. So how do we strengthen our seed system? How do we strengthen our system so that we can make sure that these products are availed, and especially within the products that are coming within the biotech research? How do we enhance our farmers' education? How do we increase our outreach capacity? Reaching that information, getting to the right person at the right time, bringing that stakeholders on time or on board in time. So how do we enhance this? These are very good opportunities that we can see, because we need to look at who has that strength. That is the partner we should go to. Who can help to educate our farmer? Who can help package that information and deliver that information as it is without being altered anywhere on the way. So we need to look at that. And then how do we bring in the internationals? What can we learn from the international partnership on the same technology, and especially on the technology transfer? And I like Dr. Rovoga was there and he's talking about how the success, how the farmers themselves are demanding. Yes, this is what we want. So we must get it. And we know some of the cases, we can give some of the examples that we have seen also in Kenya, where the farmers, they like the product and then whether you cannot stop them. Maybe because they have seen it making some good input somewhere, so they take it. So how do we get and build and run from this international? And that's why I said we are now talking about not within Kenya. You can say Terra, it is within the region. Now it is in Africa, and soon maybe it will be also be international. So that is the kind of partnership that we talk, because we have the issue of the trade and the issue of the policies. If we go beyond the nation, beyond the region, to the international, the issue of the trade, the issue of the policies will be well taken care of, and also the market. As I conclude, one, I need to say that we need to strengthen this private-public partnership, and especially on this technology, and especially if we look at the sustainability of this. So I know we look at the future. Where is the future? We need to work, really look at how we work together. Then how do we get all the stakeholders on board? Working with the farmers, as Sajah said, the farmer is one of the major partner. Actually, he should, because by the end of the day, he is the owner of this technology. He is the user of this technology. So, Matrick, he's not, he need to come in. And what about the other? Who else is also missing? And also, what are the policies that are missing that need to effectively propagate the uptake of this technology? So we need to look at this. Is there any gap? Is there a gap in the trade policy? So that we remove this fear, so and so when it comes, he's going to push me out of the market. We have a policy that can also help us when, yes, you have your own product, but your product is going to coexist together with what I'm also bringing. So we need to look at this. And this is some of the things that I thought that are future prospects that also can help in strengthening this public-private partnership. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I think we have a challenge with the audio. It's back. Thank you very much, Dr. Karanja. I think you have broken that very well for us, including taking us through a framework that can be pursued to make sure that we have these partnerships in place. For me, what really stood out is the fact that inclusivity is key, because it is by ensuring that you have all the relevant stakeholders on board, you end up building trust, and of course, you manage the skeptics. These partnerships can be pursued both locally and internationally. I'm not sure whether you're going to be with us until we are done, Dr. Karanja, because
yes, I'm going to wait until we have the discussion.
Thank you very much for agreeing to stay on. So we have a slight change in the program, as was indicated. There is a presentation that we were supposed to take from Dr. Kiplimo Lagat as per your program. That is the CCM Nandi County. But in his place, it has been taken by another presenter who has requested to have his presentation brought forward. So if you allow me, I am going to introduce the second presenter who will be coming on stage. And I kindly request, we are almost at 1, about 6 minutes to 1. We don't want to delay our lunch further than 1:30. Please stick to the time so that we can have a very short session after this for Q&A. So our next presenter is a notable Kenyan scientist, and he's going to be taking us through a presentation. His presentation touches on strengthening institutional capacity and manpower development in biosafety. He's going to be taking us, or to be elaborating on some of the capacities that have been put in place to ensure that we have safe development and we have safe technologies that can be taken to the users. He is an expert in biotechnology and industrial microbiology. He's currently serving as an associate professor, and he's also the director at the Center for Biotechnology and Bioinformatics, that is CEBIB, that is housed within the University of Nairobi. Under his leadership, since 2014, he has transformed CEBIB into a regional hub that has continued to host both students pursuing biotechnology and bioinformatics. He is also on our panel of expert of reviewers, and he has been supporting our processes through regulatory reviews that has helped shape the future of biotechnology through both policy engagement and capacity building. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage, Professor George Obiero.
Okay. You get it like this. Just use it. That's fine. Yes, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much. I'm George Obiero. I just want to correct. I've been the director for Center for Biotechnology for 3 terms, that's 9 years. So at the moment, I'm off the hook. I've served my term. I've served 3 terms. So I'm currently a professor at the University of Nairobi, Department of Biochemistry. Secondly, I want to appreciate the National Biosafety Authority so much, as well as the stakeholders that are here. I've worked closely with the National Biosafety Authority for over 13 years. And I have to admit this very clearly, that this is the first time that I'm attending a meeting in my personal capacity with all the stakeholders. I can see the leadership of National Biosafety Authority. We are the leadership of the Parent Ministry. We've got distinguished heads of university. I have to really acknowledge Professor Gudu, who is a Vice Chancellor. We've got scientists. We've got farmers. That's really thrilling. And last but not least, we've got students. See, that's really intriguing to me because I'm going to talk about manpower development. So for manpower development, it's very, very important that we have got all these stakeholders. So this is the first time and I have to appreciate. And the second thing is that for any technology that has to grow, we need skilled manforce. But we also need the capacity to make sure that this technology takes place in a safe environment. So this work was done by me and the team, but it's also a product of stakeholders who participated. So I'm basically presenting the results of the input of some of you who are there in this room. So modern biotechnology has emerged as a very powerful tool with various potential applications. We've talked of agriculture, health, and all the other applications such as the environment. However, the adoption of this technology, especially in third world countries, is revolved around availability of skilled manpower. So you have to make sure that there's availability of skilled power, as well as the safety of this technology to humans, animal, and the environment. Therefore, capacity building and manpower development is therefore very crucial, and it ensures that national needs in this space are met. So we've seen, and it has been demonstrated today, that the government really supports biotechnology. It actually encourages homegrown research and solutions. So Kenya has made various and tremendous progress in the field of biotechnology and related activities. I think you heard from various speakers who have talked about the procedures and the process that have been developed. But then a number of researches are also carried out. These are involving GMO as well as modern biotechnology applications. And one aspect or a reference point is the Cartagena Protocol. So these are very important international agreement. And when you look especially in Article 22, there's a deliberate stress on capacity building of member states. So if the National Biosafety Authority is a signatory to this, then therefore it means that one of the core mandates of the National Biosafety Authority is the identification of national requirements for manpower development and capacity building. So this is a big uh, function of the National Biosafety Authority. And it does this through various surveys. So it is through this that, as the previous speaker said, the National Biosafety Authority, in collaboration with me and my team, because you said collaboration is very important, then we set an agenda on how we can deliver on this mandate. So the broad objectives were set, and this basically was to conduct a comprehensive survey to identify the national requirements for manpower and capacity building. So there were various specific objectives. The first one was identify institutions where modern biotechnology could be done. So there are various institutions. Then we have to look at the current status of manpower and capacity building in the field of biotechnology, and then also look at the national gaps, the technical expertise, as well as the institution capacity. And then also recommend areas for improvement, especially in terms of capacity building, and develop strategies for manpower development in biosafety. So with all these objectives in mind, then we had to develop the methodology of how could we go about this. And the methodology was as follows: a survey tool, which is basically a structured questionnaire, was designed to collect both quantitative and qualitative data for respondents. Then the questionnaire was initially pre-tested. So we had a pilot scale in 3 departments at the University of Nairobi. The idea was to make sure that there could be revisions. Where there are issues, we could have revisions so that the logistics could be done beforehand. This work was basically done in the month of April and May, so just the other day. And therefore, what I'm going to present to you is a result or the report of the work that was done in collaboration. So what we did is that we had 62 target institutions which were surveyed, and they were distributed across various countries. You can see there were 24 countries, and distributed, as you can see, on the map, which is labeled in red. So those are the institutions. So Nairobi, all the way to Mombasa, to Homa Bay, various institutions which were there. And then the institutions were purposively determined. And this was basically based on their mandates in modern biotechnology. So we had face-to-face interviews and electronic interviews as well. So this one was developed in the form of a questionnaire for data collection. So out of this, we had 135 respondents. Some of them are in this room. And this was against a target of 300. So in short, the response rate was 45%, which is quite okay for this. So the first thing was to identify those institutions that take place or are taking modern biotechnologies. And when you look at the pie chart, so these are the results, you find that most of the institutions, about 40%, were from higher education institutions. These are the universities. Some of them have been mentioned. And then we also had government research institutions such as Calro, Cambridge. There were international research institutions, and then you can see the distribution as that. What I might point out is that the government regulatory agencies were also very important. They're very key. And I can say that about 90% of the regulatory institutions that work with National Biosafety Authority participated in this. So the other aspect was to look at the biotechnology activity which were assessed and what are they doing. So if you look at the table, what it shows that most of the activities involve about DNA, RNA technologies, which accounted for about 25%, 22%. And you can see the various activities that is whatever, as is demonstrated. But one aspect which was important, because these are activities that we are given. So we asked, is there any other activities that you think are important and is involving modern biotechnologies? And then you can see. And what intrigues me is that apart from the science, the one in here, science communication in modern biotechnology is important. And there's also the advocacy. So apart from the science, the DNA, RNA, there's an importance of integrating communication in science. So that really came out as well. Then when we look at the institutions in terms of, sorry, just one second. In terms of Institutional Biosafety Authority, I've been the previous chair of the Institutional Biosafety Authority for the last 5 years. So there are usually some challenges sometimes. So that's why it's good to really get buy-in. And when we look here, what we see that majority of the institutions, at 51%, say that they are having Institutional Biosafety Authority, while 40%. That depends on the type of research that they're doing. But there are also cases where there's a collaborative approach. So when there's a collaborative approach, maybe the students or anybody else is working in a collaborating institution. And we looked at the fiscal structure. 64% say it's enough, 30% said not enough, as well as the approvals and documentation. So I'll just count on the highlights. And then the other question was, what is the source of funding? Because funding is usually a problem. I think it has been said by the various speakers that inadequate funding is an issue. So we see that the government basically plays a big role, where you can see that about 50% of the funding involving biotechnology activities involve government capitation. Then there's a percentage that comes from international funding, which is about 40%. Private funding counts about 24%. So there's various role players in terms of that. But most of the funding comes from the government. Or most of the institutions that we surveyed are actually funded by the government. So this was not really to demonstrate how much, but does the government play a role? And does also international funding also play a role in your activity? So that's what came out clearly. And then the other aspect that we looked for was, what is the purpose for which institutions are using biotechnologies and at what stage? So what is the purpose? So here again, what came out when you compared different aspects such as health, human, it came out very clearly that most of the biotechnologies are used for GM agricultural biotechnology. And I think that has been demonstrated by previous speakers, that most of the products come through agricultural biotechnology as compared to other industrial as well as bioprocessing. And then at what stage are these biotechnologies? And it's also clear in the subsequent graph that 74% are mostly in research and development. So most of it are research and development. Then the other question was that, does the institution use emerging technologies? So 64% said yes, and then 35% no. Then what are these emerging technologies that the institutions use? A majority of the institutions use emerging technologies, and you can see the highest here was gene editing, synthetic biology. There are various, but the highest is gene or genome sciences. So the other status was, what is the status of manpower and capacity in the field of biosafety in modern technologies? So what is the distribution of employers or employees? And it's clear from this that it's very balanced. You get 50% of male versus 49, so very balanced in terms of the institutions that were sampled. Then we looked at the qualifications. So qualifications means the scientists that work in institutions, which are the qualifications. So when you look here again, is that most of the degree holders work in this institution at 37%. Then we've got PhD, they are around 8.7%. So there's a distribution. But what you can see here is that there's enough personnel, different qualifications, who work in these areas. And then we looked at the experience, because the experience is a factor. For how long do they have this experience? And what we see here is majority of the respondents at 47% have got between 11 to 20 years experience, with the least experience being at 40 years. So I think as you age, then there's the element of attrition or retirement. So the most experience, about 40 years, are at 22.2%. Then we looked at the barriers. So you ask, what are the barriers which are identified, especially when it comes to filling of these biotechnology-related vacancies? And what comes out here is that there's an element of lack of funding, capital resources. And if you look at this graph, what we can interpret here is that majority of the workforce, of the manpower in the country, they have got experience. They are qualified. But then the projects need funding to employ more. So that's what it tells us here, that because of lack of funding, it's a barrier to filling up some of the positions in the institutions. Then the other aspect was training of biosafety in handling of GMOs, as well as capacity building needs in modern biotechnology, where the participants were asked, have you received any training on handling GMOs? Some said yes, that is at 10%. Some said no, at 31%. And others did not answer that question. Okay. So once again, you ask, what are the identified priority areas in biosafety capacity building in modern biotechnology? So the respondents were expected to answer this. And some of the other factors which had come before is facility audit to certify a safety standard. So facilities should be audited to certify that the safety standards are adequate, public awareness, and stakeholder environment, just but a few. And then what are the barriers that identified by respondents for different institutions as impediments to implement biosafety in the field of modern biotechnology? And once again, what you see here is the issue of access to funds, there's cost, public perception. See, public perception also is a barrier, as well as patent rights. I think this has also been said by some of the previous speakers. And the aspects that were identified, especially if you want to improve biosafety knowledge and awareness, there are various, but what stands out is that there has to be an undertaking on biosafety sensitization programs, such as what we are doing. There has to be areas of developing communication strategy so that we can talk to everybody, and then also engage decision makers. So those are very critical. And then what are the gaps in modern biotechnology? So the gaps include a public educational outreach, which has been said, the issue capacity building, and then risk assessment. So based on all this, we came up with select recommendations. And one of the recommendations is that have periodic refresher training and certification programs, develop or strengthen national biosafety legislation, increase public knowledge and awareness about the importance of biosafety, and then also strengthen the national institutions, such as accreditation services. We talked about KENAS yesterday. So it's very important that we have that so that the tests and the results are more believable Then basically support research and development in biotechnology, including development of new biosafety technologies. And then I have to thank the National Biosafety Authority, thank all the respondents, and then appreciate all of you in this room. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. I invite you to take a seat. We will be engaging you as soon as we are done. So I think Prof has given us some very interesting data and insights. And from your presentation, I think what I've picked is that we have the manpower in the country, but we still have these lingering questions, especially on issues to do with funding, issues to do with the infrastructure, and slowly there seems to be a shift from GMOs as we know them to adoption of other emerging technologies. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are almost there. We are taking our last presentation, which is the third under this session. And our speaker, who is going to take us through youth engagement in biosafety for a sustainable future, brings a very interesting and often underrepresented voice to the table, that of the young people, the youth, if you want, or the future stewards of biotechnology. Allow me to read a brief bio as a way of introducing our speaker. She is a dynamic young leader in Kenya's scientific community, best known as, or what she associates best with, is as the founder and the chairperson of the Scientists of Kenya Association, that is COCA, which is a body that was established in 2023. She has a very strong background in biological sciences, and she has been very instrumental in creating a platform that allows scientists across various disciplines, fostering collaborations, innovations, and the advancement of science in Kenya. Born out of her own challenges, she envisioned SCOCA as a means to provide support, mentorship, and opportunities for aspiring scientists. Under her leadership, the association has become a vibrant community that advocates for the needs of scientists, promotes science discourse, and facilitates partnerships among stakeholders in the scientific community. Kindly welcome to the podium, Ms. Evelyn Kimanthi.
Thank you very much. All protocol observed. Good afternoon. Good afternoon once more. My name is Evelyn Kimanthi. I sit as the National Chairperson of the Scientists of Kenya Association, and today I'll be representing youth and the young people in the science, research, technology, and innovation spaces. The one moving the slides, kindly. So I don't have a lot of caps on my head. I think I only identify as a biological scientist inclined on the biotechnology side, and I sit as a chair of the association that registers scientists in Kenya. So today I'll be taking you through the youth engagement on biosafety for a sustainable future in Kenya, and kindly highlighting the need to involve youth in such kind of forums and the reason why they are important. So first I'll introduce the association. I work for an association that recognizes and registers scientists in 5 different faculties. One from biological scientists, physical scientists, food science and technology, environmental sciences, and forensic sciences. So majorly we build and champion for the cause of science, research, technology, and innovation, and we are committed in bridging the gap between research and the society. As at now, we sit at a capacity of 300 members, where we have 20 plus organized events, both virtual and physical events. We have managed to do stakeholder engagement, and currently we work with 20 plus organizations, including higher learning institutions, research organizations, government agencies, and institutions that revolve around science and research. And we were registered and launched on 7th October 2023. So I will not introduce biosafety because it is a topic that has been spoken about since yesterday. I will go straight to the youth engagement and why they are important today. As we all know, Kenya is a rapidly developing nation with a growing biotechnology sectors, faces the critical task of ensuring that GMOs are managed safely in the country so that they can protect biodiversity, human health, and the economy. So this year's conference, as we all know, it is building trust and ensuring the safety of GMOs in Kenya, reflects the urgent need to create a transparent and inclusive biodiversity frameworks, and this can foster public confidence and support sustainable development. So today our question or our main task will be youth engagement in biosafety is essential because of different reasons, and because young people represent the future of scientific innovations and policy leadership. So the active involvement of youth is crucial for several reasons, and that is what we'll be tackling today. So one, the importance of roping in youth, it is to drive scientific and technological breakthroughs. This is because the young people are the people that are currently running with the current trends, both digitally and also theoretically. So secondly, it is correcting misconceptions and misinformations around GMOs. And I think youth also take the forefront in unpacking some of these myths and misconceptions, because as we all know, the youth constitute a percentage of 75% of the total population that we have in the country, and we find it more effectively using the younger people because they seem to be more convincing when it comes to this space. Thirdly, it is promoting inclusivity and fostering public trust in biotechnology, ultimately supporting a more resilient and a sustainable future. So by including the youth, we promote inclusivity, reason being, I will give an example with such kind of forums. When we include young people in such kind of forums, we foster a good environment for the young people to thrive, because we've seen and witnessed for the longest time that is a category of people that are normally left behind when it comes to such kind of forums. So why focus on the young people? Why focus on the youth? Next slide, please. One, young people possess the creativity, adaptability, and innovative spirit needed to address the challenges of the 21st century, including climate change, food security, and biodiversity conservation. This is, I will talk about the adaptability, because currently we are having a struggle and a difficulty dealing with the older generation, because they are finding it hard to adapt to the current trends and the current technologies that we are developing as young people. And for example, you will see the percentage of the age bracket that has really embraced AI as we speak. So one of the key things to kindly highlight is why we are supposed to involve youth. And that's why I'm saying, when it comes to adaptability, how adaptable are the different age groups when it comes to different technologies? And it is very evident that once we leave the young people behind, it is very difficult to keep touch of the new and erupting digital technology that we have. Then secondly, involving the youth in biosafety efforts can lead to more inclusive, forward-thinking policies that reflect the perspectives of the next generation. And this one I will highlight in a way that when we miss the young people or the youth in tables that are developing and doing policy co-creation, we end up developing policies that do not favor the upcoming generation, and it becomes a tussle and very challenging when they have to adapt and also be part of the solutions that the framework is really governing. So what we are urging today is that I will go with a quote that says, anything that is discussed about you in your absence, it is against you. So let us stop talking about youth empowerment, and youth involvement in boardrooms that we do not have the youth. So I'll take you through the challenges, the key challenges that we face as young people in this space of science and research. So one, it is limited representation in decision making. And I had highlighted before, youth are often excluded from key policy making bodies where crucial biosafety regulations are discussed. This limits their ability to influence policy that directly impact their future. So if we end up gathering the the top people in academia, politicians, and also the key and the main people in the ecosystem, for example, the PhDs, the professors, and we leave behind the upcoming generation of people in this space of biosafety, we miss the point, because if we are not in a position to give our contributions, it means that we cannot influence the framework or the policy that is being developed. And it can be, you will find even a certain group developing a policy that is so outdated, and it's being developed in the 21st century, simply because they are using the former techniques or the former ways of developing policy co-creation, alongside using the same people that have been in this industry to influence biotechnology, forgetting that we have youths that are coming up and youths that are trying to dominate into the spaces, but we find it challenging because we are never given such kind of opportunity. And today, on that note, I would like to commend NBA, this time having involved so many young people, those that took part in last year's National Biosafety, the 12th annual. I think I was the only youth there, but this year I've noted more than 20 youths, and that is encouraging and very impactful to the next generation. So secondly, we have inadequate access to platforms for knowledge sharing. That is platforms like conferences like this. So young scientists frequently lack opportunities to engage in conferences, workshops, and forums where critical biosafety issues are discussed. Simply because for some time now, I used to see when people are organizing for such kind of conferences and workshop, their target group were the people that have already been in the industry for 20 to 30 years. They want the top people in the top politicians, the PhD scholars, the professors gathered in one room, forgetting that these are people that have been in the industry for some time, and they close they a bit close the doors for the young people, and it becomes a challenge because the biotechnology that we are taught in school and the biotechnology that is outside here, as much as there's a similarity, we need to align with what is happening outside the academia space, that is outside the classroom, and what actually the authority is really championing for. So if we are not given an opportunity to attend such kind of conferences and workshops, it's simply being amplified that we should get to our PhD and become professors for us to access such kind of forums. And it is a bit limiting because for me to pursue and to get into a PhD, I should be motivated and I should be seeing what the people that have been in these spaces are really doing. So another challenge, it is gaps in training and mentorship. There is a significant gap when it comes to specialized training, mentorship, and career guidance for youth in biosafety and biotechnology. So there's a gap between how many times do we see such kind of campaigns in university, that is in higher learning institutions, TVET institutions, where we have officers talking about biosafety, talking about GMOs, and going to a higher level of even taking these discussions to high school students, because it is very important, because you'll be shocked when you find even a high school student doesn't know even the science behind GMO, yet they are even pursuing biology. A key indication that we need to do a lot of sensitization and a lot of involvement when it comes to the upcoming generation, not only in the universities, but also at the high school level. So another challenge is stereotypes and credibility issues. Sometimes, most of the times, people feel we are the need of not involving the youth because they feel we are not yet a bit qualified or we are not credible enough to either participate or even be in such kind of forums or even very crucial boardrooms, simply because of the stereotypes. And persistent stereotypes can really undermine the voices of us young scientists, leading to a lack of credibility and trust in their contributions to scientific debates. An example of stereotypes is when anytime we are mentioning youth, people associate us with being Gen Zs. As much as we are Gen Zs, there is a specific stereotype about the Gen Zs. So what are the opportunities that we have in youth inclusion? Why do we want to be included, and what are some of the areas we can intercept with people that have been there in the industry for some time? So one, it is participating in policy making that we've been voicing and airing out, that we really need to be included in policy co-creation, in those boardrooms where policies are being developed. Because once a policy is developed, the framework does not only cut across the people that developed, but it cuts across everyone. So if it cuts across everyone, why not include everyone in the boardroom and in the tables where such kind of policies are being developed? Because if we leave behind the young people in tables where policies are being developed, as I had earlier said, we end up developing policies that do not favor the upcoming generation and does not align to their needs. So you cannot talk about a youth without a youth in the boardroom. So another opportunity, it is capacity building. We ought to invest in specialized training programs, workshops, and certification courses in biosafety and biotechnology to equip young scientists with the skill needed for impactful contribution. I also said that the biotechnology that we have in class is not the biotechnology that we come and meet outside here in conferences, workshops, and seminars. If the concerned or the authority can organize for specialized courses, specialized training, and training the young people and trying to show them where the classwork integrates with the industry. And another opportunity, it is mentorship program, where we ought to develop structured mentorship networks that connect young scientists with experienced professionals in the field, providing guidance on research policy, advocacy, and career development. And I would say this is also a very good forum where young scientists also come and intercept with the senior scientists. In the association, we have an initiative called Mentor and Mentee Pairing, where we pair senior scientists with junior scientists. I think we can also do the same when it comes to biosafety. It becomes very specific or very tailored mentorship if we incline on biotechnology. And the main thing of mentoring the young people in this space, young people are more convincing. If we young people go outside there with a message of biotechnology and preaching biosafety, it is easier and it is more impactful to convince the public when actually the public sees that even the young people are buying such kind of discussion. Another opportunity is collaborations, foster partnerships with local and international organizations, universities, and research institutions to support youth-led initiatives in biosafety and sustainable biotechnology. Youth-led initiatives can be even societies in universities. How many times do we work with young people, not the ones that have already graduated or the fresh graduates, but also the ones that are still practicing back in their universities, where they have already formed societies, because I've witnessed societies in biotech in different and various universities. So how often do we engage them? How often do we do sensitizations and campaigns with such kind of societies? Because those societies are the ones that have direct contacts with these students and the young people. So what is the vision? What is our vision for a biosafe future as young people? A biosafe Kenya is one where GMOs are responsibly developed, thoroughly regulated, and safely integrated into the society to support economic growth, environmental sustainability, and public health. Secondly, in this future, youth play a very critical and a crucial role as policymakers, scientists, and advocates, driving innovation and ensuring that biotechnology advances align with social values. So I'll say in this, youth play a very critical and a crucial role also in driving innovation. So when you take a deep dive into this field of innovations and the startups, it is very evident that youths are taking the forefront, and those people that have had the opportunity of even attending forums like Kenya Innovation Week. Last year, 70% were startups and innovations that are youth-led. So my question is, if youth and young people are supported, how many innovations will we be talking about in the spaces of biotech? Finally, our vision also for BioSafe is inclusivity is essential for building trust and ensuring that all voices, regardless of age or background, are heard in discussions that biotechnology and in biotechnology and biosafety. So when you involve youths, the authority upholds the need for inclusivity, because we need to see different categories of people that are championing for a biosafe nation, not a particular type, not a particular age bracket, but everyone that is passionate and is in this ecosystem. Another one, next slide, please. We already done that. So we are going to look at the action points and what the recommendations that we are giving um, to our seniors today and the people that have been in this ecosystem for some time. Next slide. So one is to establish youth-focused biosafety forums that we just highlighted, like regularly organized conferences, webinars, not for all individuals, but a bit youth focused, and get to understand and get to hear what the young people actually are trying to elaborate and trying the message that the young people are trying to pass when it comes to biotechnology and where do they stand as youth. So when the platforms for youth to share ideas and contribute. Youths are a bit more flexible. They loosen up once they feel and once they are around their fellow youths. It's easier for them to express themselves. Secondly, we have to foster partnerships with youth organizations. As I had earlier said, youth organizations are not just the organizations that are led by youths that are already outside. Youth organizations can also be societies that are in higher learning institutions. So what we need to do is to collaborate with student associations, science clubs, and youth-led NGOs to amplify the voices of young scientists. We have to get to the core associations or societies where the youths are domiciled. Because we also have youths outside here that have already graduated, but because they are not affiliated with any organization, in terms of they are not yet employed, so you find them voicing their concerns is a bit difficult because they lack a platform. If someone, for example, is a youth affiliated with NBA, it is easier for them sharing ideas because the ideas go through NBA as an organization. But what about the youth that have already graduated, not practicing, not in the employment sectors, or youths that are biotechnologists or scientists, but are practicing outside their professions? So we recommend to promote community outreach program that we've seen the authority is thoroughly invested in. So support initiatives where young scientists can engage directly with communities, educating them about GMOs and addressing public concerns. And I will assure you, it is more impactful when young people are the ones moving into one community to another, talking about GMOs, trying to explain the science behind GMOs in the most simplest and in the most way that it can be understood, instead of even the people that have been there for some time. Then we have advocate for youth inclusion in policy. I think I've mentioned that, to push for governmental policies that mandate youth representation. So let us not get into boardrooms that only have the scholars, the people in academia, or even the senior researchers, but also find time and find it very important to include the young people in such kind of tables without the fear or the doubt that they are not qualified or they don't deserve to be in such boardrooms. So in conclusion, I would say youths are essential to the future of biosafety in Kenya. Their active participation will foster a collaborative, inclusive, and innovative approach to biotechnology, building trust and ensuring safety for generations to come. We cannot speak about the next generation, the upcoming generation, without talking about youth. So I think I have several call for actions. One, let's empower young voices, harness their potential to create a biosafe and sustainable future. Together we can shape a better tomorrow. So I will encourage people that are here to continue investing in young people and the young voices that we have, people that are already in the spaces of biotech, and considering that the gap is a bit, outside youths are so many, but they lack opportunities and platforms, and also opportunities to come to such kind of forums. So my question is, what actually are we doing as scientists, as researchers, policymakers, to bring into the attention that there's a specific category of people that are supposed to be with us and they are not with us, not because they don't want to be with us, but they lack such kind of opportunities. So mine, I will also want to appreciate all the youths that found it very necessary and found it very important to attend such kind of forums. We are proud of you, and you are the next future of biotechnologists, and we anticipate and we look forward for you to take and preach the gospel outside. So we look forward to a day where we can open social media platforms like TikTok, like YouTube channels, and find young people talking about GMOs. Because right now, young people are dancing, are doing so many things on social media. Why can't we empower them? Why can't we give them the information they need to take outside here? Because those are the people with a very huge following. These are the people that are really moving. These are people that are influencing the country through social media. And every person seated here can really ascertain the power that the youths of Kenya have. So if they are that powerful, I will want to imagine where we can be as a country in terms of GMOs and biosafety when we really empower the young people. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kimandhi. And clearly you can see the recurring theme across the three presentations that we've had. And I think we have all been accused of making decisions that are impacting on the youth where they are not represented or they are severely underrepresented. It is now 1:30. I promised you that you'll be having your lunch at 1:30, between 1:30 and 2:30. But I see the mood in the room. The hands are up, and I don't want to shut you out. So we are going to take 5 questions. Kindly summarize your question. Let us know the question is directed to which presenter, or it is general to directed to the panelists. Introduce yourself. Tell us, give us your affiliation, and make it very brief. We want to start from this side, and Dr. Mwirigi's hand is up. Dr. Karanja, are you still with us? Dr. Karanja?
Yes, Julia.
Thank you very much for your patience. We are almost coming to the end, and now we are fielding questions from the participants. We want to start with Dr. Mwirigi. Okay. Can someone hand over a mic to Dr. Mwirigi?
Yeah, thank you so much. Those were wonderful presentations, and quick ones actually for Professor Obiero and Evelyn. The first one is to Professor. I don't know who will be the consumer of that report. Probably you need to know, because I saw something quite strange where the private sector involvement is quite low, and the country cannot develop if the regulators are more than the private sector, according to that documentation. So we need to have a dialogue on how to enhance that, because it's through the private sector that will create jobs, that the technologies will permeate. Otherwise, I don't think we are making headways if the private sector participation is that low. Then to our Gen Zs, although they don't want to be called Gen Zs, I have two comments. First of all, there is a question. You said scientists have closed doors. Probably need to expound on that, because from where I stand, and I lead a whole team of scientists, we never close doors. In fact, even I have testimonies here, those who have been to our places, even seeing me, that you don't need an appointment. For the young people, they are free to do whatever they want. So I needed an explanation on that. Then just to comment on the young people, especially those who are in the college, when you go to attachment, please get to know these scientists. It's you to be creative and to have initiative of engaging. Because I've seen those who come even for attachment, but when they are leaving, you ask them if they know one or two scientists. And actually, the only people they know are the technical people in the lab, but they never got to know the scientists themselves. So you lose an opportunity for a scientist engaging you even in future. And then secondly, it's you to be to have the initiative of saying what you can do. I like the example that you said you can be able to come up with social media things. Please, the young people, come and say what you can do. Don't wait for us to come and tell you, do this for us. You already have the space. Be like David. For those who understand the Bible, he said, give me chance to fight Goliath. It is not the king who went for David. It's David who said, I can do this. And you create your own space. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's one question from Dr. Mirigi. We have Eric. There's this lady here. Her hand was up first. Then we go to the back. Those are three questions, and then we are going to take two from this side. This side, I said this side. So we start with this side first, then we come to this side. Yes. Keep it short.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
My name is Belinda Umino. I'm a young scientist. I am looking to major in infectious disease and One Health. So I have a question to Prof. Obure, if I'm not wrong. So this year's theme is building trust and ensuring safety. And I'm asking this question because he mentioned that he's worked for NBA for 13 years. So it's been a process, and we are trying to build trust in terms of GMOs. So how are you building trust to Kenyans when it comes to GMO? And this is also a question to the NBA. How are you people building trust? And what are some of the methods that you've used to build trust that you have seen are working? And what are the things that you're seeing other countries do? An example of South Africa that is working that you think Kenyans we can incorporate so that we build trust on GMOs amongst Kenyans. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Belinda. And just to clarify, Professor Obiero did not say that he works for NBA. He worked for NBA. Yeah. He worked as a director at the University of Nairobi for 14 years. Yes.
Thank you. My name is Mulongo. I'm a scientist. I lead ILRI's vaccine development work. I'm also the chair of the Institutional Biosafety Committee for ILRI. My training is in immunology and vaccine development. We do a lot of gene editing work on vaccines. On the animal side, we work with NBA a lot, the regulators. I just want to make two important points quickly. The first one is going back to the youth and what they are talking about. There is a discussion we need to have in this country about money for research. It's totally dried up where I work. It is drying up everywhere with USAID and donors closing the passes. Dr. Mwirigi and I are good friends. We studied together with foreign funding. And if you ask him today, it is really, really thinning out. And we are talking about infrastructure, and we are talking about all these things. When we talk about national biosafety, we are talking about science, we are talking about serious capacity for science. And I'm interested in hearing what really is going on at the national level with bodies like NBA and other partners, University of Nairobi, to bridge this gap seriously. When these young people say, we don't know what to do, they have a point. When I finished my master's, there were opportunities for me to go at ILRI and go to PhD and other places that I went to. As we tell you to come and put things on TikTok and all that, where is money for research and development of products in this country? I think it's a conversation we need to have. My colleagues at ISA, my last point, I'll be quick. My colleagues at ISA will be telling you what some of us have been doing to counter this narrative around vaccines and GMOs, and I've been called in churches to talk about these things. And NBA has been largely missing in the picture in driving these messages. And when all these things go out in social media, what we really need to think about and talk about is what do the competent authorities in the country, what do they say, how do they come into the public sphere, what do they say, how are they organized, what kind of communication is going out and what help do they need? And I'm happy to discuss how ILRI can help with some of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I'm going to take one more question from Professor Runo. And I
Yeah,
hope
I
it's
think-
directed to Evelyn, because we already have a question for Professor
Why are you
Obiero.
dictating terms for me on who to ask questions? I have
Go on,
questions for
Prof.
both. I have questions for, actually, to commend Evelyn first for the good work that you're doing. Secondly, to follow up on what Dr. Murigia said, that you need to own the process and drive it. I think you guys are capable of doing that. I have seen a lot of youth in malls, at Imaradaima Mall, at the TRM Mall, at the Garden City Mall, and these are Greenpeace youth. And they have things that they sell to you, and they're very active in explaining what GMO is and why GMOs are bad for you. Why can't we have our youth doing that for us? And why can't NBA? Because one of your mandates, NBA, is to sensitize. So these youth that are saying are locked out, put them in malls as volunteers, give them pamphlets, give them information, top 10 facts about GMOs. Yeah, I think that would be appropriate, and that would also help us move our narrative. And then I have questions for Obiero, and I just want to follow up from what my colleague said. Professor Obiero, I don't understand. I'm a little confused here. You said, or in your report, you said most of the funding in Kenya for biotech comes from the government of Kenya. Are you talking about the same GOK, this one? Because I work a lot on biotech, I have not got money. And have you sent money to KU? Because I don't remember the last time GOK funded biotech in Kenya, at least not in KU. So please clarify on that. And also you said that there is 51% of your respondents had IBC. As far as I know, as far as I'm concerned, I think most of the institutions, so you're saying half of the institutions that you spoke to have functional IBCs. I think that number, as I understand it, is a little lower. I mean, the ones that don't have IBC would be the majority in my understanding. So please clarify on that as well. And then the last one is a comment, and maybe take a look at your map, because I saw your institutions were in Western Kenya, and then they're going towards Central Kenya, and then going to Eastern Kenya, and then to the coast. The upper part, the northern part of Kenya was completely neglected. Are there no institutions there that you could interview? Or you don't like your cousins? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. And I'm feeling a bit generous. I want to give Jacob Cheptaiwa the last chance.
All right, thank you so much. I'm Jacob Cheptaiwa from KEFIS, and my question is going to Dr. Karanja. Thank you so much for the nice presentation on the public-private partnership in GMO. And yesterday we were told about the importation of some of the commercialized BT cotton varieties that since 2021 to date, we've never had seed production within Kenya. And we've been told by Professor Obiero that we have the capacity, and I know that our Kenyan farmers can do hybrid and even PT seed. My question is, what are the strategies under the private-public partnership that are there to ensure that the PT maize that was released is produced here in Kenya and even exported from Kenya? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I want to start by inviting Dr. Karanja to just give a very quick response to that question from Jacob. Dr. Karanja?
Yes, thank you very much, Julian. Thank you very much, Jacob, for that good question. And just to highlight on my presentation. So one of the things that I said is that is the enabling policy and the legal framework. So as we also asked that question about the importation of the BT cotton seed, we should also ask ourselves, what does our legal and policy framework say about the seed production? So, because this is where we keep on maybe we don't have a lot of things and people try to keep quiet. In the issue of the trade, when you come to the issue of the trade, remember this is a private company. So it's a collaborator. They want also to do the business. But what does that say? When the first sitting was done, where was the barrage? Yes, here is Ranger wants a private person, want to invest. Here is a public, want also to safeguard the public. So, and this is where now we come in as the maize, BT maize. Having looked at that, and having released the three varieties, we have already put the framework. As we speak, were it not for the court case, our local seed company would be producing the seed locally, who avail the seed locally. Actually, within the project, there will be no seed imports for the BT maize. All the seed, the first priority was given to the local seed company. Any company that you may think, all those, maybe the first 5 local company that you may think of, most likely those are the seeds that has been allocated the varieties to produce and avail them locally. This is where I was saying we need to build the capacity, because the questions that we were asking, why should we keep on getting the seed from elsewhere? What is that we are lacking? That is where we should look at in the BT cotton. What is that we are missing in the country? And then go back to the partnership, build the capacity locally, and have the seed produced locally. That is what we have done, and we have put all that framework, and that is why anytime we get the go ahead, our companies will be the first one to produce the seed in the country. When it comes to the export, again, here we look at also the framework. I just talked about also partnership, not within the country, but also within the region, but also looking at it also internationally. If you look now, the countries that are doing the BTNs and within the collaboration, I just talked about South Africa, I just talked about Mozambique, I just talked about Nigeria, I just talked about Ethiopia. If you look at the Terra project, there, I think there are about 2 or 3 varieties. You get a variety. I know Ethiopia, they just released 3 varieties that are beating. One of the varieties that they released is also released in Kenya. So what does that tell you? If Ethiopia has a shortage of seed, they can get the seed from Kenya. If we have the shortage for seed, we can get that variety from Kenya. If you look at also Nigeria, some of the varieties that are also released in Nigeria, the wheat, are also the varieties that are also released in Mozambique. In that case, you can see there is that synergism, not within locally, but also extending it regionally, that we can also capacity build each other. And also looking at also when it comes to the grain, maybe on the export on this. This is where I also look. Yes, we look at a time where Kenya is going to export the grain. So look at the other countries that are also coming in. If today we have a shortage of maize in Kenya, we bring this maize to who suppliers in Ethiopia. So this is the way we should look at this dynamism of the public partnership. And then just to, as I wrap up, the issue of the finance, there is the issue of the finance, we don't have enough finance. The question is, are we embracing the technology? Where do you want to invest? Look at the youth. Where are they investing? They are investing on the AI. That is now everybody is going for AI. So anybody who is going to be left behind, we still, we look at the phone. We say there is that phone that is called, people make it call it Katuru. So if you look at that, how many people are investing on that? Everybody is investing on the touch screen because that is where the technology is. So if you continue talking about the old technology, if we don't embrace the new technology, if we don't adopt the new technology, then the issue of the finance will keep on hitting us. And this is also to what the professor also presented. When you look at the barriers, I thought that the graph should be upside the other way around, because when you look at when you talk about the finance, access to finance, I think finance is there. The only thing is that what do we want to do with that money? If we are able to use the money with the technology, then I think the money is there. But if we still want to use the money to embrace still some the old technology, then in fact nobody is interested in that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Karanja. I think that's very well covered. 1 minute to Professor Obiero. Do you have a mic?
Yeah.
Please.
Thank you very much. And thanks, everybody. I'll start with the first question, which was the issue of private sector involvement. And what I think should be done is basically to build trust with the private sector. Private sector have always been very skeptical, especially when they're dealing with public institutions. So we have to continually build this trust because that's where the gold mine is. In terms of so private sector, public institutions, we should enhance that. So building trust is important. And then also enhance the collaboration, private sector and public, whatever, in cooperation. So that will be very important. Then Belinda, you talked of building trust. So one of the things that we are doing is we are training, capacity building, so mentorship. So bringing you here is part of building trust so that you can know that you can stay with all of us here and we engage together. So we can continue that. And also developing an open communication strategy so that you don't feel that there are cards hidden under the table. Then there was a question on money for research. That is a big factor. And I think where we are going to, we need to really get into multidisciplinary teams where we can really mine for the funds. And once again, we look at research which will solve a problem. When you are sick, you can sell your land to go to the hospital. So if you can solve a big problem, then who will stop giving you money? is it? So it should be problem-based approach, but also having a multidisciplinary teams. There was an issue on the distribution. There was a study carried by UNEP and GEF on capacity building, that's 2020, and they were looking at the global statistics. And I can tell you, they sampled 250 participants. I'm very certain that participants were not all that distribution, especially if it is purposeful. But they also sampled 61 countries. The distribution was not even. It basically depends on these institutions, where are they located? If I wanted to get an institution that deals with maybe selling products, most likely they're concentrated in Nairobi or the other towns. The universities that mostly do research in GMOs, we know where they are. So it was purposive sampling, it was a representative, and there's no way we would have done it throughout the country. It was limited, we did it for two weeks, more or less, under stringent budget. But I strongly believe that based on the institutions and their strengths, because what we are looking at, what is their mandate in biosafety? Is it? They can do it. If you take example of regulatory institutions, which are 8 or something, where they are located, the data you get from that, I think you can use to interpret. Then, is there any question that remains there? I'm not seeing any question again. No, I think that brings to the end. In case there's any other question, maybe you can ask, then I'll answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Prof.
Pardon?
You can do a one-on-one with him. Okay. Thank you very much. Ms. Kimandi, your parting shot.
Okay, thank you very much. First, I was asked a question on the initiatives for young people, and I will echo what Dr. Ria said about the youths, probably those that are already here for the networking purposes with the senior scientists. So one thing I will want to emphasize is that there are so many initiatives that are youth-based or youth-led, but the challenge is that they don't have the platforms, and they are not so much visible in such kind of forums. So you find the only platform they are left with to influence their work and talk about their work are the digital spaces. That's why you find most youths that are running businesses, most of their businesses are online, because that is where most of the people are dominated and domiciled. So we should never even doubt the capacity of what youths are doing, but we are supposed more to be asking or really investing in how do we bring out their prototypes, how do we bring out what they are actually doing, because they are doing a lot, but it's not being fronted. We are so much invested in fronting. Maybe not that I have something personal with the scholars, but it's just that most of the time we feel as if the best work that has been done by the people in academia. So secondly, someone raised about the issue of funding. I'll also say that that is a major problem with youth-led organizations. Some of the youth-led organizations, they started very lowly because of minimum or even lack of funding, where they had to fund themselves to start, yet they are making a lot of impact. And I will say this is a challenge also in the science field, and you can even feel it with the reason why we need funding, even to influence on social media, we will need a lot of funding. Look at how we are still lagging behind when it comes even to science reporting, because reporting science is not lucrative like a field like politics. Most journalists are inclined on politics because there are more and better incentives. But what about science? If you tell me to go also and open a TikTok account, a YouTube channel, or an Instagram channel and talk about biosafety, how lucrative is that? And will I get the audience that I need to get? So one is to also look at funding and those youth-led organizations, because even when we are applying for funding from outside, some of the funding institutions will require the young-led or the young associations that are coming up to be affiliated with either a government institutions or another institution, which again becomes a challenge. So also let us look on the funding aspect, and also trying to come up with initiatives like having even a national day for youths that are in biosafety, or a national day for youths that are in biotech, and converge youths in one room, try to spike their conversations. And that is how you even try to motivate them and make them even love what they do, and also giving them that feeling that they did not get into the wrong paths, because most of them are not practicing. And instead of them asking themselves, why did they dive into this space of biotech, if we can, even if we are not offering them jobs, but offering them platforms to meet, interact, and network. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let me just add the aspect of funding. And I think the question was generally asking of the general activities that are funded. So anything including plus the building, the paying of salaries, it was not very much restricted to how much you receive. So if you look at, let's say, universities, and look at national research institution, you find that who pays the salary? Government. But you are saying that if you enhance that, then it can do much better. So that's what you're saying. Of the institutions that we selected, how many institutions are supported by the government in terms of carrying out the activities, in terms of personnel and other aspects? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I want to stop it there. And I want to say that this is not the end of the discussion. We can continue engaging even outside this forum. Lastly, there was a question that was posed for NBA on building trust, and a quick response. I want to say that the National Biosafety Authority works within the context of the law and the regulations. And one way in which we do this is that we are required to do public participation and public education, something that we have been very consistent and very intentional. It's never enough. We can still improve on our processes. Another way in which we have been doing this is through public education, because if you cannot build trust if people don't know what you're talking about. So public education and awareness, targeted stakeholders. We have also partnered with so many other organizations and agencies carrying out this very noble mandate. Again, we take the challenge that when it comes to the youth, we need to do better than we are currently doing. I know we have always engaged you in our annual forums, but that is not enough. You need to be present during all our engagements, if it is possible. A very big thank you to my able panelists and also to you participants. I think you have been very active. Apologies for keeping you up to 2 p.m. Bon appetit. Enjoy your afternoon and your stay in Naivasha. Thank you. I hand you back to the main chair.
Thank you very much, session moderator, and your team of panelists. I request that you also hand over the token of appreciation to your panelists. Yeah. Okay, so, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think we have had an extended session. It's already past 2 p.m. I can see the glucose levels are extremely low. I will break for lunch at this point. I think the meal vouchers will be issued at the registration desk. We'll be back at exactly 3 p.m. We'll start the session 3 p.m. on the dot. So I urge you to come a bit earlier, maybe 5 minutes earlier, but at 3 p.m. We'll be here at the podium. Thank you very much. Dr. Kalaja, thank you very much. We still have your gift pack. We know where you can get you. Once we are through the conference, we are going to look for you. Otherwise, thank you very much. Dr. Kalaja, I think he's also gone for lunch. Okay, thank you very much. We meet at 3 p.m.